Hello, hello. Welcome to the show.
Hello.
My Bluetooth headset decided to give up just before the show. So something's wrong with Bluetooth on my whole computer. Don't ask me what's going on. But this means...
I'm sorry that I'm so washed out. It is definitely my desktop. So not like I can turn my monitor off.
You'll seem a bit faint on my end, but I don't know if that is...
sound or...
yeah, volume level, but that might be me. Anyway.
I'll bring the Death Star a little closer here.
Yeah, I should probably sort mine out a little bit. There we go. Right. We're here. Another week.
Yep.
Let's see. We should start the show off with the usual suspects. Here you go, Scott. Jump straight in and we'll get straight on.
Right. Be nice. Be constructive. Come on. This is our chat. Y'all have been around here long enough. If you haven't, just follow the example of everybody else. Don't post anything that's adult, rude, otherwise against common sense. Don't advertise or promote anything. We know y'all need a job. So do we. No, kidding. Don't spam your questions over and over. This is probably actually the one that people do. We keep a list of questions in chronological order. Thing is, if you post your question a second time, now your question is new again, which means it goes back to the bottom of the list again. You want to make sure your question never gets answered? Keep asking it. Harassment of any kind is not tolerated. Come on, folks. Bigotry, incels, misogyny, all that garbage. You'll be kicked out of here and we will pass your name around to everybody else, like the Discord, the Slack, and suddenly your logins will fail. Lastly, have a good time. It's supposed to be fun, right?
Indeed. Have a great time. Right. Let's do some introductions briefly. My name's Simon Lightfoot, Flutter Community Lead, CTO, Dev Angels London. You can follow me on Twitter at Dev Angels London. Scott.
My name is Scott Stahl. I am also community lead. I write code underneath of the name Good Dog Apps, and I am leader of or organizer GDG Cleveland, which, to plug this real quick, we're having a meeting next week online for how to run an LLM on your local machine, and you can run it on just about any machine the way that we're doing it. So if you want to run your own large language models, the link to the group is in the chat. Who's next?
Let's bring Randall. Randall, welcome to the stage.
Hey, hi. Hey, I'm back again. Hi, it's Randall Schwartz. I'm a Dart and Flutter Google developer expert, which means I spend probably 1 or 2 hours a day answering all your questions on all the various places like Slack and Discord and Reddit and Stack Overflow and stuff. And I also produce events and of my own, and also appear at GDGs all around the world. So you might have seen me from any of those. And for this particular show, I do have a special role in that I am the one watching the questions that are coming in on our live chat. And I'm the one putting you into the queue by all the ones that have Q in front of them. That's my notation for that. So please make sure you put a Q in front. Then I know it's a chat for us and not just you chatting amongst yourselves.
And we have a John. John, welcome to the stage.
Hey, how's it going? Long time no see.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, John Weezy. So I hang out like Randall in some of the Discord and other places and answer questions, and I manage the Flutter Medium, the community Medium site, and take care of publishing those articles as you send them in.
What's that up to? 1,500 articles now that everybody
it's up there. Yep.
I'd also like just to briefly advertise the fact that we do have a Patreon, and we require the support of the community to pay for things like the StreamYard account and things that we use to do the stream all the time. And yeah, it really does help. Also, there's always an open call out for maintainers for Flutter community packages. So do get in touch if you.
The GitHub always needs help.
You have some open source experience or want to get some open source experience. Right, that's all the sort of the usual out of the way. Let's invite our special guest Kelvin along. Hey, Kelvin, welcome to the screen. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Happy to be here.
I was gonna say Randall's taking himself off the screen. I was gonna take Randall off because it makes some room here. So it's all right. He likes us in the background, watch the questions, which helps out immensely. Awesome. So, Kelvin, welcome.
Simon.
So, yeah, the Global Gamers Challenge.
Yeah.
Right, I want to know.
Yeah, for sure. So just by way of quick introduction, if you don't know me, I haven't been on the show in a long time.
Yeah, please. Yeah. It's been a while. Yeah.
I'm a product marketing manager on the Flutter team, doing all sorts of fun things, both internally and from Flutter Forward to things like the Flutter Gamers Challenge and the Global Gamers Challenge, the Flutter Puzzle Hack, that kind of a thing too. So yeah, happy to kind of give a quick overview of what the challenge is and kind of how it came about and kind of what we're thinking. And happy to also answer any questions that folks might have in terms of kind of what we're thinking about, what we're looking for, that kind of a thing too. So I guess, Simon, is it all right if I kind of just jump in there?
Yeah, go for it, please.
All right, yeah, so in terms of the idea behind the challenge, so Global Citizen reached out to us probably about almost a year ago, actually, that they'd launched their new app in Flutter. And so if you don't know what Global Citizen is, they are a international advocacy organization. They work with the UN. Their goal is to end extreme poverty by 2030. And their entire model is basically users can complete actions on the app, like texting or calling your congressman or showing up to plant some trees or things like that. And you get points, and those points get you raffle tickets to be able to go to these massive live concerts that they hold around the world.
Cool.
Nice.
And performing at those live concerts are your Billie Eilish's, your Ed Sheeran's, your Coldplay's, that kind of a thing. And you also have like world leaders, like leaders of the UN and the World Health Organization, and presidents and prime ministers like Justin Trudeau come on stage and make big financial commitments to moving initiatives forward, whether that's in sustainability or creating equity, that kind of a thing. So they've worked closely with the UN on the Sustainable Development Goals, and so all of that. So that's just kind of to introduce Global Citizen. so when they reached out and said, hey, this app is built in Flutter, we kind of checked it out. And typically we do maybe like a developer story. So we'll go and we'll say, this team built a Flutter app in 2 months, and it was great because, they got to move so much faster than if they'd, gone with, writing the Android and iOS apps separately. And, we kind of tell that kind of story. But this one felt a little bit different. We wanted to do it a little bit differently. And the video ended up being a lot shorter, but it was really a lot more poignant. And Flutter was not the point at all. It was more what Flutter was able to help them do, right? So as a nonprofit, they're not selling concert tickets, they're not doing anything. So all of their funds are coming in from donations, that kind of a thing, which means that, the budgets and resources can be kind of tight. And using Flutter allows them to, move faster, to be more efficient on the development side too, and to really think about like new features rather than maintenance and that kind of a thing. So it kind of like really excited us about the whole thing, about like what could we bring this sort of energy of doing, of like using your skills or your time to kind of move the world towards maybe being a bit more sustainable.
Make a difference.
Yeah, making a difference with our skills and that kind of a thing. And so could we kind of bring our two communities together? For context, global, they've got 11 million plus folks taking these kinds of actions, unlocking something like $30 billion, $40 billion towards these kinds of causes. So that's really impactful, and we know that the Flutter community is also super duper impactful and inspired, and like always building super cool things. And so that was kind of the inspiration, the thought behind all of this. We thought the games piece was really cool. As you know, casual games in Flutter are growing. We've had really cool, increasingly really cool conversations with game studios that are looking at Flutter to help, obviously, increase their productivity and make maintenance and new features and that kind of thing easier. And Global Citizen, games are an easy way, or a great way to kind of like get people to take action and to deliver, messages through storyline and that kind of a thing too. So we kind of landed on this games initiative and met up with some folks at the UN too that were thinking about this, and that had already, for the last 5 years, I think, we're doing this kind of stuff with big game studios like Supercell and I'm forgetting the name of the studio, but makers of Angry Birds and like Niantic and Microsoft and that kind of a thing, right? And so all of that was just like, yeah, this totally makes sense. Let's do this and see. But I think the part that was missing is like there was no one really thinking about individual game developers or smaller game developers that aren't giant studios, right? And the studios were kind of building these time-based activations that were like, if you play with this team in FIFA for the next 3 months, we'll donate X amount or buy a certain number of carbon credits so big polluters can't buy them, which is awesome, but it only lasts for 3 months, right? And so we were like, we think you can get a lot more creative by bringing in ideas from literally anyone. And how can we get like two, somewhat disparate communities to kind of come together and kind of help each other build super interesting solutions? And then, could we help push this mission forward of like building sustainability and environmental awareness into like the very core of games going forward, and how can Flutter help with that? So that's kind of how we came up with this.
That's where this whole initiative came from.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you got the Flutter was it Casual Games Toolkit as well, which is a good starting point for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And we've been doing some game development here on the channel from scratch, which is the hard route, but interesting. There's also Flame and lots of other stuff, and that people can sort of jump on board and get going with. Do you want to talk a bit about the actual challenges, like what the details are here, just or...
100%. Yeah. So it lasts for 8 weeks. And starting yesterday. So submissions are due, I think, 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on March 5th. And you submit via dev posts. And so you want to actually register on flutter.dev. We're working with dev posts to kind of, they've got a whole platform kind of set up and made ready to do that kind of a thing. And so, yeah, that's that piece of it in terms of timeline.
Yeah, so that there's where was it? Let's open up any time.
So yeah, I think timeline piece, and then there's yeah. So that's timeline. Till March 5th, submissions close. We're going to announce a top 20 at the end of March, and we'll connect that top 20 with the idea is to connect them with mentors internally. Until then, they'll have 2 weeks to kind of take some feedback and really polish up their projects before we announce 10 final winners. Another kind of cool aspect is that well, the prizes. So obviously, like typically we'll do like MacBooks or like cash. This one felt talking about sustainability and talking about the kind of social good, and then having a partner like Global Citizen who already does these massive concerts. We were like, it'd be kind of cool to kind of create like a weekend experience and get all the winners together in New York City, with the Flutter team and with some other folks too, from like the game industry and whatnot. Talk about your projects with those game executives and with the Global Citizen
There's a
team. And
potential that you get your game launched even bigger and better, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so we're also, because this one won't happen until like September, and so we're thinking through lots of different ways that we can actually get people playing these games too, and how we can activate that. And then the other thing is like the VIP experience at the concert too. So getting the group together and hosting them at Global Citizen. There's an extra credit bit that's showing right now with Google Wallet. So they approached us. So if you remember at I/O last year, they did a kind of a project around showing how you could like keep your card, like a favorite card from the I/O Flip game, in your Google Wallet as kind of like a pass, and you could share that and kind of have it in perpetuity. And so they're kind of exploring this cool space of like, how do you use Google Wallet in different passes and take in-game experiences out of the game and share them. And so they're offering up to $30,000 in prizes for that. And you'll be able to, when you go to submit your prize, you'll be able to actually check different boxes and say, my prize is my submission, my game is multi-platform, or it includes the Google Wallet API. They'll allow us to know what to look for and kind of judge accordingly for sure.
Okay, that's cool. So there's some free class questions for those people that want to know a bit more, and they can go to follow this link here to go and perform the registration on globalgamers.devpost.com.
Yep.
Yeah. So, and then there's links to the various resources about sustainability and everything else, and
100%.
What people are looking for.
Exactly. One of the other things that we try to get done is, we know that, like, obviously, I assume most folks here have, downloaded the SDK and are, writing Flutter code. But we know lots of folks that approach these hackathons or beginners are new to Flutter, and that's really one of our big goals with these things, right? Just to give people a reason. You probably have like a lot of developers around the world who are like, oh, that Flutter sounds interesting, or that new technology sounds interesting, but maybe I don't really have time, or like they keep putting it off. And so the idea is to kind of like, how do we activate that group of folks and give them a reason and get them excited about trying Flutter. One of the things that we did for those kinds of folks is we actually partnered with an internal project in testing here at Google called Project IDX. So it's a web-based development workspace. And so it will allow you to kind of go, and you won't have to, go through the entire Flutter installation process. Allows you to kind of play with Flutter kind of in the browser, get a project set up, and you can actually import all the code, so GitHub repo from some of the templates in the Casual Games Toolkit, that kind of a thing, over to help you get started even faster. And then the other one is Flutterflow, which many of you know is kind of a low-code tool. They've provided some documentation and resources too to help you get up to speed as well. On the content tab, which Simon is showing, you'll find some of like the video that we launched yesterday, that story of how Global Citizen is using Flutter. And then if you scroll down further, you'll also see some information. The Flutter Games toolkit, so all the kind of content on the Flutter, from the Flutter channel specifically, that around games and kind of getting started there too. And then the last thing is we put together a guide. So we know that like when you approach a project like this, building a game, and with all the sustainability content, it could probably be hard to figure out what's next and where to go. And so we put together a few different just like steps that you can take to get up to speed on kind of the issues and kind of how we're approaching this from the sustainability perspective, to getting through code labs if you're new to Flutter, to like build your first Flutter app, build your first Flutter game. Pointing you in the right direction towards like the right resources with the Casual Games Toolkit, reminding you about the Google API, and then at the end you kind of submit. So 10 steps to kind of get you from kind of beginning to end there. And it will obviously remind you across all the different Flutter channels, so follow along on YouTube and that kind of a thing. We'll check it back in a few weeks. We'll be really excited to announce who the judges are going to be. So we've got some pretty exciting folks lined up who are excited to kind of see what the community comes up with. The creativity always kind of blows our minds when we see kind of where people go with these kinds of things. So we're really excited about that.
There's we've been talking about this quite a bit recently with game development as well. Like there's a lot of ways, I think. So just thinking about the what people would have to go through to build a game, it says find a team. You should definitely work with other people. Work on your own is not, I mean, don't get me wrong, feel free, right? But why not work with other people? Enjoy the time, don't stress out about it, and
100%.
Build something together. I think there's another aspect of there's a lot to games, right? Like a lot of people go, John, are you muted?
No, I was mimicking Scott because Scott was talking on mute and then he realized he was muted.
Yeah, I didn't acknowledge my question earlier.
I muted you earlier, Scott, because your type on your keyboard is really loud. Anyway, sorry. There's a lot more to games than just like the Flutter coding side of it, right? So there's lots of resources out there for game developers, and it's worth looking into what they are and what they can provide to you. So so this is me just talking to the audience here in general, just saying that you're not just looking for Flutter game dev. Don't start Googling that, because you're not going to necessarily find it. Just look for game dev. Just look, and you can take anything from any one of these other platforms and do it in Flutter. Port that sort of experience across.
Okay.
If you have any questions for Kelvin while he's here, or about the challenge or anything else, if you feel free to pop them in the chat, put Q in front of them, and then we'll try and get to those questions first before we get to general quick questions. Whilst we've got Kelvin on his time on the show at the moment.
One other thing about what Simon was saying earlier about working with a team, I've done it both ways, and working by myself, I felt like I learned nothing. It was just, I felt like my knowledge had gone nowhere for almost a year. So definitely work with somebody else, anybody else. They've always got something to teach you.
You can also just having another, just a partner, at least one other person. You can do kind of the rubber ducking kind of approach to development, and just you both bounce off each other with your ideas, and the whole process of development will just speed forward. And then again, if you find someone, let's say you find someone who does graphics or sounds or something online, you like what they're doing, you reach out to them, say, look, here's the competition. We're going to enter in this competition. Would you like to join us on our team? We just need someone to do the sound effects. We love your sound. They might say yes. And if they say yes, bam, you've got a person who can produce the sounds for your game exactly as you need them. Now, I will say that it is 8 weeks. 8 weeks is not a lot of time. It may sound like a lot of time, but when it comes down to it, it's not a lot of time. So I would also suggest that you start your ideas, start getting your ideas out. If you come at it right now, start getting your ideas out on paper. Sorry.
Steph is actually along those lines. Steph is asking, how do you recommend finding a team? And I think there was a thing on the site, right, to find a team.
Yeah, for sure. So we put a blurb about this in the blog post, but on the Flutter Medium page, I think DevPost has a kind of a feature where when you register, you can highlight like your role and a list of skills, and also your role, list of skills, and then any kind of like idea that you have or kind of how you're kind of approaching this. If you're like, hey, I have the technical expertise, kind of new to thinking deeply about sustainability and would love to partner up with a few folks to kind of come up with an idea and build something there. And then, once you've, I think we're just about 350, 400 participants right now, which is a lot of people to kind of look through, but you can kind of search that list by kind of, if you're looking to partner up with other developers, or if you're looking to partner up with some global citizens who are thinking deeply on the sustainability side too. So I would, the best way is probably to go down that list, and you can reach out to them directly on the platform from there too.
Regarding something that we'd worked on before, Kelvin,
Mm-hmm.
I'm just curious, and we can gloss over this quickly. You said there are hundreds of developers already, right?
Yeah.
Remember the last time we worked together on this kind of a contest? My question was, who's going to judge it?
Yeah.
Who's going to sit there and judge thousands of entries and dig through all of this? I'm curious, what large company did you hire to do it this time?
Kelvin wasn't around for the last time we did. Was it the clock challenge? I don't think you were around there.
No, we had a conversation about one before.
Yeah, but that was the one that the team really. I remember some of the Flutter team members really regretting doing that competition at some point, because it was like they had like not regretting it that way, but there was like having to judge like thousands and thousands of entries.
Oh wow!
And not realizing what they got themselves into.
No, I think we did the clock challenge. The Flutter team did the one after that. And
I know puzzle.
I thought there was puzzle. I thought there was never going to be another one after that.
But these have been really great. To be honest, overall, over the years that Flutter's been doing these various challenges and things, it's been really good for the community as well, the Flutter community in general, bringing people together, making new connections, forming new friendships. Really good.
For sure. 100%. Yeah.
There's a question from Trey. What qualifies as a game is a tool/platform with some gamification valid as well? I guess are there specific requirements? Are they in the doc someplace that we can point people to as to what they need to incorporate to enter the contest?
I'd say the constraints, we wanted to make them pretty loose, I think. We didn't want to provide too many. We know that like on the sustainability side, everyone sees different forms and different ways that their community can live more sustainably, and so there are different issues you might want to tackle. On the game side, we learned from the puzzle hack actually that folks are interested in all sorts of different games, and so we wanted to give kind of folks freedom to approach this and kind of however it makes sense to you, and so long as you can kind of explain that to us through the submission and tell us kind of what to look for, either through a demo video or you have the opportunity to kind of write out a little bit when you do submit. So long as you can kind of explain to us kind of how you approached the project, I think we're really open to any and all creativity.
Great.
I think there's I think obviously obviously this is extending on Kelvin's point there, but obviously if it's just like adding gamification to an existing product, that's not really in the sense of a contest, like you're not. So I'm just saying that, like, have a think about what, what you can do with your thing. But there's no harm in submitting something, right?
And I see a question that says, "Can I use Flame?" 100%. Please do use. As Simon was saying, there are lots of cool tools kind of popping up in the across the ecosystem, right? So please do take advantage of all of that.
Take advantage of all of the various platforms and libraries and tools and everything else.
100%.
Scott's got a misbehaving dog. Let's see. Is there anything, any questions related to this at the moment in the chat? Let's have a look.
I was trying to pull the ones specifically for Kelvin as we were going through, so I don't remember seeing anything else, unless I missed one.
Hey, John, that's one for you.
Background foot. Oh, the that was custom made. I made that one in. It took a while. I got the wood set up and then painted, and then the lights on. Finally, last week I got a little bit more to hide the wires and stuff. But then the other logo will go next to it. That's the one that doesn't really apply right now. But the 4-box logo, I got to put up there too.
Sorry about
Another
that.
question. Any progress on the
fast
3D?
walk, Scott. You take that was a pretty quick taking the dog out for a walk.
No, that was the dog loves the person who delivers the mail. I mean, she gets that excited when they show up. This is an everyday thing. So yeah, that's what we call yodeling.
So James asks, any progress on the 3D Flutter library? I assume you're talking to me about that, the library that I was working on, and no, it's not going any further at the moment. I've been ill for the past week, so and I'm still not 100%. So yeah, sadly, yeah, I don't think wouldn't rely on receiving that for this games challenge piece if that's what you're thinking about. There will be stuff out there. But it's still early on. I think take advantage of what has already been published. There's some great videos by Philip on the draw vector stuff, draw vertices, which is what I used in that. And you can find the Blizzard. We called it Blizzard, I think it was, which was the start of something 3D, and we could show you how to sort of start doing your own little 3D app engine. I'll put the link in the chat there if you want to sort of go with something yourself. But that's a challenge in itself. I mean, you can do so here's the thing with Flutter, you've obviously got 2D out the box, that's a given. But because of the nature of the matrix transformations you can also do a pseudo 3D. So that is things like I can't remember his name. I have to see if I can find out the examples.
Parallax.
Sorry?
Parallax? Are you talking about parallax?
Parallax effects, and you can also do like boxes and things and other things where you can transform widgets into any sort of axis or whatever else. But to have like a world that you roam around in 3 dimensions is quite different. You can see actually what Wolf and some of the other guys that worked on the Flame engine have been doing with their pseudo 3D kind of like multiple layers, sprite layers and things like that to achieve similar things. But yeah, hopefully we'll see some true 3D stuff soon enough. But maybe since that's in development right now, I can't see it. Like I wouldn't rely on it for the game, your end product, because it may not be there or good enough for your final product.
I'm a little confused about one question. This is a good one for Kelvin. How woke does a sustainability concept have to be? I'm woke. Just all woke really means is that you're aware of stuff and don't have your head in the sand. I don't know why the media keeps twisting it into something stupid. Anyway, is the concept of recycling debatable? I didn't know it was debatable. Will we be penalized for using recycling as our sustainability concept? Kelvin?
So we have actually provided, obviously there's lots of, for instance, one of the first things we thought about was let's go raise some money and plant some trees. And then we met with some folks at Project Drawdown and some experts in sustainability. And they were like, kind of around where that stuff is happening and the, it's not, there are some questions about the effectiveness, long-term effectiveness and sustainability of things like that. So we worked with with the UN. We worked with the IGDA, which I believe is an International Game Developers or something. They're climate. They're a special interest group for climate games, and they. So we on the sustainable resources link to a page that they of things that they kind of like recommend. They talk a lot about like different psychology and how to ensure that your game is effective, and that you're thinking about ideas that are going to be effective. That being said, if you
was it this page?
Yeah.
greengamedesign.com.
Yeah, and the author of one of the other resources is kind of an 80-page PDF. The author of that PDF will actually be the lead author of that PDF will actually be one of the judges for this. And it's called like Environmental Games Playbook or something like that. And so I'd recommend kind of taking a look through those things. I don't think we'll penalize you
Environmental Games best practices playbook.
Yeah. We won't penalize you for going with like recycling. Recycling is one of the examples I think that we use in terms of like ideas, things to get you thinking. And so yeah, I wouldn't try to get super. I think our goal is like how impactful and how inspired are people to take action after playing your game? How engaging is it? I know from years of playing FIFA growing up that like lots of folks will think that you go from controlling a player, doing all sorts of cool flicks and tricks to trying to do them in real life. And so how do you inspire people to kind of do that, but doing good for the world, I guess. So recycling or planting trees or taking public transit or turning off the AC or air drying your clothes versus using the dryer, or using a reusable, simple as like reusing a reusable water bottle instead of a plastic one. So all of those things, I think, it's more about like a general direction. And I know that the UN and Global Citizen, and there are lots of organizations that are just looking for really great ideas on this stuff, and find really engaging ideas, and then kind of work from there to make sure that the idea is right and that the impact is correct. And so there's some really cool opportunities on the back end of this too, if folks are interested to kind of take your project and really extend the impact of it too.
Cool.
I happen to notice one quick little comment that I think is very appropriate right now. Good point. Yep. Asleep at the switch, asleep at the wheel. So, okay. Let me see if we can find anybody else here. Okay, that's about code sustainability, not regular sustainability. I see we're having.
Here's a question for you. How about we make a game about making really, really efficient code, and that would save energy, which would make it more sustainable, which would save the planet. Yeah, okay.
Sure. I mean,
I had an idea, and I just want to take people's temperature. But what do you all think about doing a small coding stream here or there about how to make different kind of games? Like do one small stream on how to do a match 3 and how to put that logic together. How to do an asteroids with or a bubble witch or a Candy Crush.
Well, we've been doing this. We've been doing this like platform one, but it's mainly about just understanding some of the basics around game development, like getting started, like how it works.
Right. And the different logic, like how to run the logic on a match 3. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah. But again, once you've got the basics going.
Yeah.
Well, cool.
We got 2 already.
Well, I don't think there's anything else coming from the audience right now. And I think we'll carry on with the normal questions. Thank you for joining us, Kelvin. If you're welcome to come back anytime, and love to have some touch points over the next period to hear more about the competition and its progress.
Yeah. Awesome,
So thank you for joining us. And
come back more often, man.
I know.
I haven't seen you in like a year and a half.
It's been too long. Yeah, we've definitely got to do a better job on our side of connecting with y'all. So That's
Well, I
definitely on
mean,
our mind.
goodness knows it's not like you're busy with work.
Well, this is work. So this is an important aspect of it. So we'll be back
Oh, good.
more
Then
often
you
for
can
sure
come
this
work
year.
with us more often.
Exactly.
Yeah.
100%. Thank you guys so much for having me on today. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thanks,
Anytime.
Scott.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks.
Everyone.
A quick observation here, Pradeep, you had been very high up in the questions, but you asked again. I'm sorry. That's what we mean by spamming. You just went, don't ask it again. You're on the list.
All right. So what we're gonna get to, there's how many questions do we have in our queue at the moment?
A lot. 18.
Yeah, some of those maybe not. We may have answered some of those.
Okay. Well, we're gonna start at the beginning, and we'll take a few more minutes of questions, and then we'll kite it off, and then so that way we get some time to do a bit of live coding as well on the game, and then we get to pick on what we want to do next on the Snow Dash game that everyone's been watching us do. So that should be fun.
All right.
Right.
First one. Yes. Duplicate. This is an interesting one. I didn't realize we were going to do it first, but sure. Duplication. I think you need to scroll up a lot. Duplication versus coupling, or rather dry versus wet. What's the balance? Is it good or bad to duplicate code across features in a large, non-tested Flutter web and mobile app built by a team of 3? Because dry is very good. It's like everything else. There are no absolutes. I mean, if you try to be a purist, it's like trying to be a purist on no comments. You create more problems to solve.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you, though. In code, there's no need to have any duplicate code.
Yeah. Yep.
Not a need.
No. I don't think there's any ever reason to have duplicate code anywhere ever. It's my honest opinion about it. Right? The do not repeat yourself is more about like, yes, don't do the same thing over and over again. But that the principle is more about if you can abstract something away, abstract it away, so that you don't have this problem, because the huge numbers of bugs are just when there's a bug over here, so you fix the code over there,
and
because the code duplicated over here, the same one exists somewhere else,
right? Yep.
And you didn't get to fix that one because you didn't even realize that other code existed, because there's no relationship inside the code base between those 2 points, right? It's why things like mixins exist and other ways to actually make it so that you can reuse code in lots of different ways, and that's thus solving the problem of how you repeat code but without actually repeating code, right? Or reuse code.
Here's a question for you. I mean, John was nodding his head about the purist thing. I mean, we all know that. However, Simon, you're right. We should try to never do it. So if you're having trouble putting all this together, how much time should you spend struggling with it, do you think, before you should just say, oh, hell, I'll just repeat it? Now, I can't picture a scenario where you would have that much trouble. I can't imagine it.
Yeah.
But I'm like, it's like anything else. Yeah. How much effort should I put into trying to do way X before I say I need to keep moving into way Y?
Well, I think if you're running into trouble, it's most likely because your organization of your project is not right. So you're better off fixing that and then eliminating the reuse of code.
I'm starting to worry that neither one of you was going to pick up on that hint.
No, I was say duplication versus coupling. Yeah, it's like the problem is more about architecture and the way that you're bringing your code together. Again, it's that there's reasons to use inheritance. There's reasons to use composition.
Yep.
There's lots of different patterns for different reasons. And what I suspect is if you're getting yourself tied up with the fact that you feel like you have to duplicate your code to solve a problem, probably means your architecture is wrong. And the way you think you have to solve it is probably the wrong way of actually solving in the first place. And then you need to not be afraid to refactor.
Right.
It was also you saying there's a team of 3 people. That's not a lot of people. like you could talk to each other through what everyone's doing. The communication overhead between having, you know, 3 people just discuss whatever's going on is really small.
Yep.
So.
Yep. Well, and to Scott's question before, I mean, I've definitely found myself writing something that I've already written just to get something working, and then refactoring, like Simon said, back into a single location, you know, so that it's only in one place in the code. Yeah. But you kind of that brute force, get something just locally done, make sure it works, and then make it work with the existing code.
I think there's also something to be said. I think maybe there's also some power in terms of using Git and things like that. You're tooling effectively. So things like, I think a lot of, you know, I can jump into some code and just hack it all to pieces, change it, break it, doesn't matter. Oh no, I broke it. There's a history, there's Git, you know what I mean? Like you can go back, and also the fact of the matter is, a lot of people do Git, you know, Git commit -a, you know, or whatever it is, commit everything, and just ignore, like they say, commit all my changes. When they, if they were just to sit down with their Git tool and go through what they changed, they go, oh, I didn't mean to change that, or oh no, I meant to change back, and they can refine it until and make multiple commits over different things that they were doing, and actually have a conversation with the code almost, not just I'm doing this thing and then, you know, pushing it for backup purposes.
Yep. All righty.
Right.
Next.
And any ideas on a set of draggable and drop target? I'm trying to understand the sentence structure. Any ideas on a set of draggable and drop target when the draggable will land in the drop target that it overlaps with the most?
So when
so drop targets are superimposed.
Well, I think the question is more like you're dragging, right? And it's over the top, but the pointer isn't, right? They're overlapped, but your pointer's not.
Oh, yeah, but that's just about doing a negative offset.
Right. Yeah. So I think that's what they're asking about, is how do you have it land there, even though it's not, the pointer's not there, right?
I'm trying to remember if it's drag. It's been so long since I've even touched draggable.
Yeah.
I never thought a drag and drop was a really great experience for a lot of interface.
Well, since we're doing desktop apps too, it's
depends on what you're doing again.
More dog stuff here. I'm going to mute.
Well, and if reading this again, it sounds like it's also an issue of the draggable is over multiple targets, and you want it to land in the one that it overlaps the most with.
Yeah, I mean, you could do that, but it would be doing your own.
Right.
Your own. I mean, what you want to do is you're having 2 rectangles, right? You can actually do this inside I think it's rect has intersect. I think it is as a. Let's bring up the SDK. This is what we have here for, I guess.
Yeah, there's this thing called comments.
Come here, come.
So, okay, here's let's get this a bit wider. Is that readable?
Yeah.
Make it bigger. Yeah, so Draggable has feedback, right? Which is, I think, is the widget which it shows when you're dragging it, right? Or something like that. I can't remember. There's your feedback offset, and then anchor as well. Child drag anchor. Child when dragging. There you go. The anchor, I guess, from the original position. So you got drag anchor strategy and pointer. Which is basically the feedback anchored at the position of where the touch started, at the original position of the original child. Yeah, so there's a bunch of ways that you can change those parameters to actually have a better. So again, what we were just saying earlier was that you tap on the screen when you start the drag, you're not dragging from the top left, in which case it's not where your mouse is over. You want it where the center of the object is over, and so in which case you probably want to look at your anchor point as the center. So I don't know how this is supposed to work, the demo, but anyway, you were talking, yeah, we're talking about, was it rect? Should be in there. Ready? All right, let's do. I'm not sure why that wasn't coming up inside the search, but whatever. So, so you should be able to intersect. There we go. So you can intersect the one rectangle with another and get the intersection rectangle back, and then you can work out the area of the intersection rectangle. You do that with multiple drop targets. Pardon me. And what you're essentially doing there is you can then say which one has more surface area in, overlapping with the thing that I'm dragging, and set that one as the one it would drop to. I mean, this is you don't have to use the inbuilt widgets to do all this stuff. They're just convenience, right? And they're built a certain way. So if you're trying to fight the framework, then you're not doing yourself any favors, especially if you just look at how the widget works under the hood, you go, oh, it's not that complicated. It does overlay of context, add overlay. Oh, that's it. So yeah, I'd go start looking into that. All right. I guess, should we go next, whatever the next one is? You're muted, Scott.
Sorry. How to implement SSO. Here we go again with unsound null safe code. It really doesn't matter what type of code. Packages.
Well,
here's the thing. SSO is for web pages and websites.
Wait. SSO.
Singles. Oh, I'm sorry. Good God.
Not SEO.
Losing it.
That's not
SEO. I am so tired of being asked about SEO. I am so sorry.
Well,
about
I'm also like, I don't know what. So Mona, I think you can just maybe post exactly what you think, because I can't see any relationship here between. If SSO stands for single sign-on, which is what it normally stands for, what's that got to do with unsafe, null safe code?
They're probably having trouble using the interfaces for some packages that would help do this, because the interfaces are probably balking at what they're being sent. That's my guess.
Not null safe. They're old packages. They're very old packages. In fact, Flutter now only supports null safe code.
Right.
In fact, sound null safe code. So you can't even bring unsound packages in anymore.
It almost sounds like Mona, are you taking an older app and trying to update it? And then running into problems with trying to do single sign-on? I'm a little confused.
Perhaps explain what you're trying to do, and we can give you some recommendations. Yeah, move on.
And it takes a bit of effort to dig through the list and find out who is where. So everybody, please don't start asking, where am I? Do I have time to go to the bathroom? Okay, if you need to go to the bathroom, maybe.
Also, we asked you to repost Mona to put some context.
Yes. So Mona, feel free to throw in more context there for us.
Okay, what's next? We'll carry on through, and then we'll come back.
Somebody pulled Mona's out of there, so I can't find it. Okay, obfuscation. Is there anything beyond just adding obfuscate during build? Yes, you can do several things that will always fail code reviews or drive Simon completely insane. Single letter variables. Global functions. Yeah. No, I'm sorry, not global functions. Global variables.
What are you trying to achieve?
Yeah.
Apparently they think that running the obfuscate switch is not enough.
I mean,
Enough.
it obfuscates the code. There is it gives you there's a parameter for split debug. It's called split debug info, and that gives you the debug symbols out.
Yeah.
And then you want to the crash analytics tool, for example, Firebase tool allows you to upload them, and it will do that for you.
Right.
There's also Sentry has one that does it as well, so that if you do get crashes in the wild, at least you don't get obfuscated crash dumps. You'll get the de-obfuscated ones. I mean, what are you trying to do?
Yeah.
Like, you're trying to protect your app. Like, I mean, the thing is, it's like at what level you're trying to protect things. Because frankly, your app should not be doing anything that you don't want to give the client access to do. So let me explain what I'm trying to say here. It's a good example. A game. We'll take games as an example, right? So let's say is games a good example? Sure. Let's hang on. Let me just say games is a good example. Let's say you've got 5 different levels of user or whatever, and a level 5 user can kill an enemy in one shot. So the function to do one shot should go to maybe this is like multiplayer, right? So the way you stop someone from cheating is that the server plays the game, the client just views the game. That's literally how all games essentially work, right? Like the idea is that they don't get to decide, that like another player died. That happens on the server side. This stops someone from cheating the game, right? And again, like most obfuscation, the reason why obfuscation and everything else is a thing is it just stops people trying to reverse engineer anything. But to be honest, Flutter already has that out the bag in terms of its compiled to native machine code, which makes it a lot difficult to understand. Then without the obfuscated stuff, without any sort of symbols about what the different functions are and what they do, good luck.
That's true, Don. I don't know what your experience level is with Flutter, so please don't take this as an insult if you already know, but Flutter does, as Simon said, compile the machine code. This is not interpreted bytecode.
He followed up with
just saying that he is looking to try to keep people
private
from
keys
engineering it. Yeah.
I want to make it harder for
there's another
there's
one.
more?
Yeah, 2 below. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Yeah, this is okay. There's a where do I store my private keys thing,
Right.
isn't there? Yeah. Okay.
Well,
right
yeah.
there. So these are connected.
Yep. Yeah.
So storing. I mean, okay. So first of all, keys means many different things. API keys, just API keys, tokens, things like that. These are private to the user. You've given them to the user. They don't need to be encrypted and do the rest of it and everything else. Like, you're giving them, the user has access to do that, to call the API, right? If you're scared about someone getting hold of those things and then calling the API, well then your API is then at fault, not the app, right? That's how you have to think about it. But obviously, sure, if you want to go to the nth degree, the application has its own data directory that's private, and if you want to encrypt the files, ship a private generate key when the app starts up, and have it use that to encrypt a file. There's a crypto package, you can do that. I don't see the big need for it. There is, I mean, it's about the level of what you're trying to do. So if you're trying to proof, you can do things like having the hardware. I can't remember the name of it now. The cryptographic keychain, basically, or the hardware cryptographic keychain on the device. You can go you can ask for a key to be generated from that unlocks with a particular, like the user's password. They have to enter that password in. You don't even store the password for them to even unlock the key, so that you can then use that key to decrypt data on the API or some other fancy thing. Yeah, there's a bunch of things you can do, but for the most part, you shouldn't need to do any of that.
Right.
Okay. I want to.
Make sure your
stepping out
API
of
is
order.
SSL.
Okay.
Make sure. I just want to say, make sure your API is TLS SSL encrypted. That's the biggest win that you can make.
Yeah.
Frankly, if
Okay,
you're not
I'm
doing
gonna-
that nowadays, you're I don't know who you are.
Okay, Scott, you're trying
No,
Sorry.
no, sorry. I'm stepping out of order with the questions on purpose because obfuscation going together.
Yeah.
So this is all the obfuscation stuff at once.
Cool.
It may affect stack traces and the runtime type getter.
Yeah.
Would it be safe to compare them against string literals?
No. There you go.
It's
Don't do-
amazing how he'll babble on for 20 minutes about some questions and give a one-word answer for others.
Well, because
And
one
I never know which it's going to be.
Some of the questions do have short answers. It's
Yes.
true.
They all do,
It is
but that
absolutely
doesn't
correct.
stop
It
him
will
there.
change. It will change the result. Don't compare them to a string.
Right.
If you
He
want to
only
compare one
asks-
from type to each other, you can do that because you're if one is obfuscated, the other is going to be obfuscated. They're the same identical, what's called identity match, right? The same type is given for both, right? But so at runtime, you'll know that something is the same object type, but you won't know that it's a particular type of string. So you can compare one object's runtime type to another object's runtime type. They will be identity matched because they'll be obfuscated together, right? That's how it works. But you don't ever want to compare to a string ever or any other type because it won't match.
And you really only want to do like an is comparison because is comparisons do make it through obfuscation properly. So
Well, it's the same thing. That's the reason why it does an identity match, basically. So it will obfuscate the left and the right hand side the same, and therefore the match would still make sense.
right.
What was that one? I hardly ever use it, but you use it sometimes, Simon. The identity, checking the identity for looking at the actual hash.
Well, you can normally
Identical.
It's
It's a global function called identical that you can give two objects and
Right, but I'm talking about the one that prints out the identity information in the console.
there's describe identity,
That's it.
Yeah,
Describe.
and that's only in Flutter, not in Dart. So
which it is there.
seems
I mean,
weird. It's why is there
gotta
that
be.
arbitrary division of Dart useful things, but only in the Flutter library?
I really want Dart to change its default toString to actually have the short hash code.
Yeah, that'd be cool too.
Yeah.
And it would be so helpful.
That way you
And
can
I
see
want a
what colors
pony.
The identities
I
are
want
equal.
a pony.
I want one with a
John's-
horn.
John's got to go, right? John.
Yeah, I've
That
got to
is-
jump.
Oh.
But if I get a chance to come back later and you're still coding away, I'll
We'll see.
jump back in.
Yeah,
He's got a
He
meeting
will.
at that
He
little-
will. There's
Yeah,
no way you can
that's
stop
like 3
him.
hours from now, so he'll probably
It'll-
start
it'll be-
I
recording.
mean, why are your meetings so long, John? There are only a few of you at the company. It's not like it's a big company.
just a couple people. That's all we got to get together.
Yeah.
the company.
For anybody who doesn't know, John works for Microsoft.
You should meet at
Yeah.
Starbucks.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Yeah.
we'll see.
Don't you own Starbucks already? I think you do.
They could. Let's ask him about OpenAI.
Yeah, right. Oh, yeah, that's gonna be. Yeah.
All right.
Right.
So that's not his
Bing
department,
chat.
folks.
And Bing chat. Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Speaking of fun stuff, sorry. Any suggestions on where to watch live coding that includes writing non-trivial unit tests? I don't know if it exists yet. However, the best way to get something like this is to email David at VGV. Tell them to start a podcast.
There is VGV do have a good source of testing documentation guides and
And-
various other information.
It's an inside joke. If anybody's new enough or doesn't know about VGV, they're a company that does Flutter apps like many of us. We're all friends, and they have a reputation for being obsessed with testing.
No. Felix. And
I thought
therefore,
it was just Felix.
no. I'm just saying it's funny because I remember when testing became like a big thing for VGV, and it was when Felix and Jorge moved from BMW over to VGV.
Yes.
And they push the test in front. It's true. Every company should have
tells you the culture at BMW.
It's not. Anyway.
Does Matt
I mean,
do anything like this?
I'm kind of curious about what you mean by non-trivial unit tests, because all unit tests should be trivial in my eyes.
That's true. They should all be small. They should be testing.
I mean, a unit test is that idea, right? You're testing as the smallest kind of unit of work, and you can do a lot of those tests for lots of things. And then you want to do some integration tests where you bring those tests together, and you're testing multiple functions together, and that would be non-trivial.
Now I really am getting confused. I'm not playing the beginner here, because I have been hearing from different sources. Some people are saying that integration tests are testing things that integrate with your app, not tests for things within your app. Clarification?
Well, no. The term, okay. The problem here is the term integrate. Integrate is what overused as a phrase in programming. So you're integrating with a third party, right? Like things like that. Like, you know, you're essentially hooking up your app to a third party. In terms of testing, there is a type of test, integration test, and generally the term is used to you're talking about using multiple functions or testing full portions of your application in terms of how it behaves. Does that make sense? So rather than testing small pieces of your application, i.e. unit tests, so think of unit tests as things that test functions and classes, right? So instantiating a class, calling some functions, does it work? Does it behave as the way it's supposed to, right? There's an input, there's an output, does it work? Please, yeah, all right, Scott. Randall, I mean, it'd be lovely to hear your opinion on this, but sorry. Really sorry, guys. But yeah, like so unit test being, you know, you're testing a function, you're testing a class, you're testing, but you know what you're not doing is you're not trying to test a whole slew of logic in your application together, because now what you've done is you get what you're going to expose. What you're going to be testing, you're not testing a unit of work. You're not testing a unit of processing, for want of a better word, right now, right? You're then integrating, because you can get what's called emergent behavior happening, right? We have these multiple things working now together, multiple classes, multiple bits of logic, and when they work together, you then get different behaviors happening, and that's what you're trying to test against with integration tests. You're trying to test that side of it. Now,
I will say there's a step in the middle there, though, which is that I do sometimes what I'm testing. The one thing I'm testing is the interface from class A to class B.
Oh yeah,
and so for that I involve both classes talking to each other directly.
So this is what I'm trying to say. Like I'm trying to work out that's what I mean.
Either, I mean, testing class A or class B or the interface between the two, but all three of those.
But that's what I'm trying to say. Unit test is testing like the connection between like an input and an output, two places, right? What you're not trying to do is spin up like a whole sort of
it's not
end-to-end of your application, like the whole service engine of your application, or whatever, whole big components of your application, validating that they're all working with unit tests from end to end, right? That's then an integration test. Now, integration doesn't necessarily mean you're going off to third party. However, it can mean that. So if you're talking about an integration test in terms of I'm running my app as a whole and I want to run it through automated, like some sort of automated test suite where it actually runs the app, presses on buttons, validates that certain things have taken place. That can also be the same thing as an integration test. Does that make sense, Scott? Scott's not paying attention.
I am.
All right. Let's
sorry, go ahead and type the next one. I'm typing to somebody here.
Which database is the best to start with Flutter? ISAR. There you go.
ISAR, even SQFlight, just getting used to using shared preferences is actually a good first step up.
I mean, again, it depends on, they're asking about, if you're asking about a database, you probably have tried storing stuff and you understand the concept. Right. This package, ISAR, is sorry, I just read it. River in Bavaria, Germany, or crazy fast NoSQL database that is a joy to use. Yeah,
Those guys, we gotta have them back on the show.
Yeah. Simon, what's his name? Simon Leela.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
somebody's saying that ISAR doesn't support web.
It does. Does. Yeah, it supports web. Good. You got me questioning that now. I'm down straight down, but I'm trying to
I'm
remember
just
why.
like, you know,
It doesn't show it.
Yeah, but a database in your web app.
Yeah. Web.
Yes, it's persistent as long as you don't close the page.
No.
Local storage. Local storage.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. That's true.
So this uses WASM. Yeah, sometimes.
Oh, there we go.
They've actually got an ISAR implementation in WASM. How about that? No, I think the if I remember rightly, it uses local storage for it all, but it supports web. They got web implemented.
There's a comment about that just here. There.
Oh, okay. There's a clarification. Hang on.
Yeah. So there's that.
That I'm not aware of, so that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It's under it's under active development. Sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Was that the same person who actually asked the question? Was that someone else? No, Birdie.
I don't think so, but that's somebody who was doing some follow-ups on the same topic.
All right, next.
Next one.
Okay. But how to handle old Flutter projects error? I know what you mean. I've tried Flutterfolio by G. Skinner, getting so many errors. It's welcome to updating old code.
This is the same. It's not just Flutter; it'd be everyone. And I think there's definitely a challenge in that sense. It does depend on how old the code is, because Dart, as it's not just Flutter, but Dart has gone through language transitions, which makes a big difference.
It's mostly Dart that will trip you up on that, because Dart has gotten to be safer and better. But that means they've gotten rid of the stuff that was not safe and not so good.
So there is Dart fix and Flutter fix as commands that you can run that will perform a lot of automated fixes for you to update the code. You want to look at the breaking changes section on the Flutter documentation as well. But I mean, maybe this is but again, you just update the packages to the latest one. But this is the thing. So it's something we spoke about before. But this is the thing, right? Like, if you depend on a package, you're saying I'm happy to have a reliance on someone else's code. Right. So there was a big hoo-ha it was a while ago now, but with NPM. So Node is JavaScript / Node is renowned for not having a really good base API. Like the notion of I think it was array length wasn't added for a long time in JavaScript. It's there now, but they didn't have it and they would have to have a package for it, which would add 5 lines of code, but it would give you array length on your arrays, basically. Instead of some hoo-ha thing, you had some sort of for loop you had to calculate each time or something. I can't remember what it was. Anyway, so what happened was that went out as an NPM package, and then every JavaScript package then depends on this one package. So what's going to happen if that author then decides to retract the package or change it or put some dodgy code in there? Well, funny enough, every package that depends on that gets that. And that's that trickles down. So I mean, you need to think about what am I depending on? What does it depend on? Do I need this dependency? What is it actually providing to me? Is it something that I can do myself? These are all questions you should think about when bringing dependencies in. So I know that was slightly off topic, but yeah. All right. Next question, I guess.
Yeah. So, and that, but that's actually an important point. It's not, as Simon said, Mona. This isn't about a Flutter thing or a Dart thing or the Flutter Folio thing. This is what happens anytime you have to take code that was written a couple years ago and run it through something. There was that one project we were working on together, Simon. How long did it take me to update it from pre-null safety to sound null safety? And I think that was before Flutter Fix was working well. So beat the heck out of myself on that. So anyway, alrighty.
There is that kind of thing, I think, at those times as well for us. I think for all the Flutter and / Dart devs, there's a learning curve, right, as well.
Mhm.
Again, like with the new Dart 3 stuff, you know, with the, you know, switch expressions and dealing with like if case statements and other things, like records, for example, like learning that new syntax, get your head around it, you know, get it under your belt, and before you know it, you'll be rocking it, right? But it's that kind of thing. If you know, do that first, you know.
Okay. It was just pointed out, Mona's clarifying, and I see where this is going now. She wants to implement unsound SSO in an older Flutter app that is unsound null safe, and is talking about just trying to get the SSO to work with it as is. And my first thought on that is fix the unsound null safety first.
I want to implement it.
Don't try to force SSO to work with something that's not sound null safe. Make the code sound null safe, then bring in a current SSO package.
Well, I mean, again, I don't know. Depends. You've got SSO implementation. I mean, which SSO implementation? How are you doing that implementation?
Auth.
Huh? Oh, Auth0. But again, like I've never used Auth0 libraries on Flutter, so I couldn't tell you. But again, update to the latest version first, then you can start thinking about, because you're only going to do double your work up otherwise.
Time. Yeah, run Flutter Fix and then give yourself 10 days, I would say. 10, I'm not kidding. 10 days of beating your head against stuff. So yeah, because it's going to cause bugs that end up being circular. Trust me. All right. Can I store a big object in my app?
Maybe.
It's a singleton application using SQFlight. A big object. I mean, I'm thinking like a table. I don't understand about a big object.
Well, but you said so. There's a good. I think normally I mean.
Oh! It's like putting big stuff in. I'm not saying that this is what you're doing, Mona, but I think it's similar to the idea of people trying to stuff too much into shared preferences. I think they're asking, where's the line?
No. I think can I store big? The question is big. What is a big object? What does Mona mean by big object? You don't normally store big binary data. Let's say I've got a megabyte image file. I don't stick that in SQLite.
No.
You just stick that in a file, and then you stick the file path in SQLite.
Mm-hmm.
And then whenever you want to delete that file, you get the path from SQLite, and then you can delete the file from the local storage inside the app. And or when the record gets deleted, and vice versa. Like you don't normally put in lots of big binary data into your database because it's sitting there doing nothing.
Yep.
So
okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, perhaps you can
clarify.
Yeah. Matan, you put up another question about obfuscation. I think we've already answered it. Do me a favor and throw me a comment in the chat that says if you feel it's already been answered or not. Well, I'm trying to keep things moving. I'm going to keep it here in the list, though. So if you feel it hasn't been answered, we will go back to it. In the meantime, on the new pop scope migration, it broke our app's navigation. We were calling async functions before to decide if the page will pop or not. Now we can't do an await until after the pop happens. What's an alternative?
There is no alternative.
Change your way. Change your way.
No, so the point here is it's about how you're approaching the problem. So we went on the show, I think for at least 6 weeks, probably 2 months. We've been talking about the break and change come up of PopScope.
Multiple times we have gone through this in detail.
And I've given everyone the knowledge that they needed to work around and to explain these points.
Yeah.
Right. The point is, sorry, hang on. The operating system needs to know, can the user go back on the screen before the user actions it?
Right.
So your mechanism right now, which is the old mechanism, which is when the user presses the back, then go do whatever logic you need to do to see if they can go back, and then let the operating system know. No, you do it up front. So you need to be. So it's a reverse. It's a reverse about face, right? And you have to think about the problem in the reverse. So you're saying at the moment we're calling async functions before deciding if a page can be popped or not. Well, what are you doing in those async functions, and can you do that up front? And instead, what you can do is you can use a different type of model. So rather than being a poll model, which is what we were doing before, it's a push model, right? So what I mean by that is you hit the back button. We were polling, can I go back? Now it's you refreshing the UI and telling you have like a back flag or whatever, can go back in the PopScope, and that's set from your app state, and your app state will change based on if it can go back or not, instead of calling the async functions. So again, not knowing exactly your particular implementation is hard to determine it.
Someone's got an interesting point on this. Verde says the alternative is to use can pop false.
The problem with that is it won't reveal the possibility of going recall the new user interface works. You want to be able to kind of show you can go back.
What? The alternative can be can pop
a little bit more. There's a little more on this.
Wait. Can pop false. Always and delegate the async check that calls. No.
There's
a little more.
No. Still
no.
no.
Still okay.
No.
I'm agreeing with Simon.
What Verdi, what you've done there is you've worked around the problem, but you're causing more problems. You're not solving the problem. What you've done is you've made your code work, but you actually haven't fixed the underlying issue. Right. The underlying issue is the operating system needs to know. And by just saying false all the time, you're basically telling the operating system the user can never go back.
I think what you need to do is if you have some function you have to run that's based on some changing data on the page, and it takes time to run that function, what you're going to end up, but that function needs to give a correct value immediately to can pop. You're going to need to basically run that function asynchronously every time you change that value, so you'll have a current value for the mapping function to know whether or not you can pop with the current data. So you're going to have to run that on every update of the data before that. I'd recommend, of course, a Riverpod provider for that, but okay, let's not get into specifics. But no, you need to have that function being run asynchronously between the time the user updates the field and the time they start looking, can I go back now? That makes sense, Simon? Did I do?
Yeah. But the point is do your work up front. So as I said earlier, like we're doing the old mechanism was polling, right? Which is each time they want to go back, you're requesting can they go back. When the new mechanism is whenever you need to change the state of it, then go back, you update the state.
Right.
So it's a push mechanism.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
So I got some feedback from Madhan. Half of the question was answered. Obfuscation is covered, but they're still wondering about the best place to use widgets app.
In your top level app. That's what widgets app does. I'm not sure.
Isn't that the thing that's subclass to be material app
Yeah.
or
Yeah, and Cupertino app. Yeah.
So why nobody uses widgets app? They usually use either material app or
You can if you want to.
Yeah, that has to do with the 3 types of widgets and the one nobody ever uses. There's iOS, there's material, and then there is a plain widgets. So instead of Cupertino, instead of material app,
Cupertino material. So you have material app, Cupertino app, and widgets app. Widgets app is the base class of material app and Cupertino app.
Sure.
So basically, if you're not going to use material or Cupertino and you're going to write all your own custom stuff, I guess that's when you would use that. Yeah, and you're absolutely right. It is similar to material app, but nobody ever really uses it, as we're saying, because almost everybody uses either material or Cupertino widgets.
You can use it, but your expectation of behavior is different, right? Yeah. So if you're gonna use material, let's say you use material widgets, and they say in the documentation it says you will get this happen. Well, you may only get that happen because you've got material theme, or because you've got your material page route set up, and that's been set up by your material app. So frankly, if you don't use a material app, you may not get the expected behavior because you're relying on material, but not the top level app.
Right.
There has been a long, standing debate is the wrong word, but a request, should we say, from the community of developers around how Cupertino and material can be split out of the main Flutter SDK, for want of a better word right now. It's always been the way. So obviously they're no longer necessarily first-party citizens in terms of Flutter itself supports a lot more platforms than the original mobile platforms. But they are still the majority of all guides and everything else still all rely on these things. And I think until we actually have a set of, and there again, this is I think where the ticket. If I remember right, there's some design docs on this and the Flutter stuff, but having like generic widgets. So we have like a button widget, which gives you like the default behaviors of button, lets you override them rather than you build your own button. To be honest, I don't think people might find it much difficult to do it themselves anyway. But yeah, I digress. But yeah, if you're going to use material app, just beware. That's all I'm saying.
Material seems to be pretty decent as a design system. So I prefer parts of it over Cupertino, but I also prefer Cupertino for a few things like the date pickers and stuff, time picker.
Yeah.
Yeah, they look nice. It's just, I'm kind of curious though to continue this a little bit. Packages that might, I believe Groove and Chip was making that one for Mac desktop, right?
Yep.
And I know we have one for Windows 95 because somebody decided to have fun with that.
That was Todd from the engine team.
Yeah.
Todd Volker? No.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh yeah, no, what's his position now?
God, I saw him just last month.
Product manager?
I don't know.
I can't remember.
I don't know. And people are shifting around right now because there have been some folks who said that they are happy with what they've done and moved to new things. Yeah. But it's just, we have these for mobile, and Flutter can definitely do desktop. I mean, Canonical is saying to use Flutter.
Yep.
Even over GTK, which just really stunned me. What was that, a year and a half ago?
Yeah.
They came out saying to use Flutter instead of GTK. And so really, I'm thinking we are going to need more types of app.
I'm trying to remember.
We're opening a can of worms now with this widgets app thing. You know that, right? Pandora's box. It has been opened.
There's a list somewhere of all of the various different platforms and their, like the Fluent UI, Chicago, all of them.
Yeah.
All like the different
Somewhere.
There you
somewhere.
go, Simon.
Yes. There you go.
Just fun. Just fun.
Another fast
It
question.
actually exists. Wait, what?
And
Yes.
Type never. Yeah, type never
Yeah,
is used for when, for example, it's one thing. It's kind of interesting programming. It breaks. You know, you nest functions, right? So a function calls a function, calls a function, calls a function, and then it returns up the stack. So we can call more functions. Well, at some point, you might get a termination point further down in a call chain. So it never returns, but it's also never thrown. It just, the entire call chain terminates. And in that's a good example of that is isolate.exit. Isolate.exit terminates the isolate.
Yep.
Exceptions are not the same. Exceptions will return up the stack, but with an exceptional condition. So they will each of the stack calls will exit appropriately. So never is saying that it is basically alerting the compiler and the developer that there will never be returned from this function. It will always exit. Very rarely do you need to do it, but if you were doing isolates, then yeah.
I don't want to open this can of worms on the stream, but at least David, you're asking a question about basically two different platforms. There are entire blog posts and tutorials about how to write an app for multiple platforms simultaneously. But that's what you're talking about, is trying to write an app for more than one at the same time. Yeah, there are lots of information on that.
And there are a handful of widgets that also have a dot adaptive constructor that can also be used.
Here's a good example: the exit function in Dart standard library never. It exits the app; it never returns back from this function, right?
Yep.
So that's why it's set to never, and that also gives a hint to the debugger that it will exit and never return. There's also, I think it's isolate.exit.
Would future never be
get rid of this? We need to get rid of this, okay? Because I can't even tell you the number of times I've been having a problem with a program, and I'll bring up a terminal window and I'll run it in a terminal, and the whole thing will just crash silently. Makes me insane.
What's that got to do with that? What? Sorry.
I'm saying when it crashes, it's silent crash. Oh God, he missed the joke. Never mind.
Sure.
If it crashes with no feedback and you have absolutely no idea what happened, never doesn't return anything. It just kills the whole call stack.
No, it doesn't do that.
He missed the joke. He still misses the joke.
No.
Anyway, let's keep going.
Wasn't funny.
Yep.
Moving on.
Move on. Still got 10 questions, and we're already an hour and a half into the show. So
yep. In other words, it's normal.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. We're just going to take one of these. Pradeep has asked the same thing two different ways.
Please answer my question. Okay. Now you're not going to get answered. No.
Who was that? Who am I skipping?
You're skipping Pradeep right now. Next person.
Pradeep, you've got like 10 questions here.
No, exactly my point. No.
But at least most of them are different. There was only one repeat. Okay. Scrolling on web not smooth. Old issue. Did you Google this one first?
You'll find lots of hits.
Yes. There are ways to fix it manually. I think there are packages out that fix it now. And then they also rewrote something in the framework, didn't they? To try to help this.
No, there's no problem with Flutter. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to do.
Yeah. There are ways that you go in there and you change certain, you write it in a way that allows you to change certain parameters that can help you control that stuff. God, it's been so long since I've messed with it.
No, I put the link in the channel. I know I put the gist in the channel. You can go look at the gist.
All right. Yeah, that's the gist that we used.
Cool. Hang on, I'll bring it up on screen for everyone. So correct smooth scroll for Flutter Web 2022. There you go. So this
So
wasn't
yours
necessarily correct, but it's the way I wanted to do it. There's a lot of different ways, but you can use a smooth scroll controller instead of a normal scroll controller. But then ask me, you might need to add more parameters to this now in case it's changed. But basically, all it does is that when you point to scroll, i.e., scroll with the mouse wheel, it will use the delta amount and apply that with the current velocity, basically. That's it. There you go. Problem solved.
All right. How to convert an SVG to a custom path.
Use the packages for it. There's plenty of packages in the it's called path drawing, I think. Path underscore drawing. Yeah. Path drawing. It's been around for I don't know how long. There you go. Literally is right there. Yeah. Everg path gives you back a path. You're welcome.
Done. Ship it.
Yeah, a lot of these problems you folks are running into, we've run into them. We're just a couple years ahead in some cases, but yeah, it's this one on the code sustainability front. Are there thoughts on publishing the benefits of using Dart for development, given that it compiles to native code? I take it you mean machine code. So it would run faster and hence have less clock cycles.
Yeah.
As opposed to bytecode. I think you're right, but I don't know if anybody's ever touched on it that way.
What on the code sustainability?
I don't think it. Okay, I think the way the question is phrased is a little off. Get rid of the word code there. On the sustainability front, as in sustainability as an environmental idea.
No, I don't think that's what he meant.
I do, because he's talking about fewer clock cycles and hence less power consumed.
Right, but forget. Look, just to start the same way, are there any thoughts on publishing the benefits of using Dart for development, given that it compiles the native code and run fast and hence? Yes. Doesn't matter on sustainability or not. Yes. Yeah. Sure. You can do that if you want. If you want to publish an article and information about that, go for it.
Yep, that's what I said to him in the chat.
Oh,
I mean,
so I answered that.
There's lots of yeah.
I wonder if this is going back to something we talked about a few months ago, Simon. How to clear the navigation history in web apps since Go Router context pop isn't going to work.
Clear it. Window.history.clear or something, isn't it? Something like that.
Yeah, there's some call. Check the MSDN documents.
Yeah.
And Pradeep, if you think it's taking a long time to answer your questions, imagine how we feel having to answer them all. You want a real exercise in patience? Come sit here after telling your wife that you're only going to be on stream for an hour.
Yep.
There's no
and
such
what do you
thing.
tell the dogs? What do you tell the dogs? Do you tell them the same thing?
No, I just pet her while you guys see her. I try to make sure that you don't hear her yodeling.
Yeah. Anyway,
I've got a Swiss American bully pit bull. Yes.
Yeah. That was it. You can do like back, can't you? And go. Yeah. So hang on. Sorry. Let's bring someone through. Is that coming up?
Yep. See history API.
Yeah, so this is the browser. This is the browser history API, which is how you go back in the browser, you go forward in the browser. Go back is the same as -1. Go +1 for go goes forward. So you can get history.length and do -history.length and track it and go, and that's it. There you go. Your browser will now see that you've gone back to the very beginning of the thing. You can't go back any further.
Right.
You'll have no history on the stack, right? There's also, you can then also replace the state if you want to, but this is how essentially how Flutter works. It uses pop state, push state, and replace state, and back. And it does work. I think the problem you've also got, if you won't get any back history properly working if you don't set your route settings correctly. So something that people actually do this wrong. I tweeted about this. Someone was asking about what was it? Dear me. Let me just see if I can find it briefly. There is an API. Someone else was talking about this, sorry, I'm trying to dig this out. So in Go Router, you've got Builder as a for your route. You can use Builder to build a route, and you have Page Builder. Now, if you use Page Builder, for life of me, I can't find my own tweet. Hang on, I know it's around there somewhere. It's gonna bug me. I know it's gonna bug me.
While you're finding that, I do have an interesting announcement. I just got email that said that because I had signed up for the Gamer Challenge, I got automatic access to IDX. So those of you that wanted to play with IDX, which is basically Flutter development in the cloud, sign up for the Gamer Challenge, and you'll get access.
I can't find it, but anyway, I'll bring up the docs instead.
And speaking of that, we'll talk amongst ourselves maybe and figure out a couple of extra streams here and there to do some gaming stuff and explaining how to make different types of games. It's a thought that we just came up with. We have yet to talk about it, but the easiest way to know when those are coming up is if you subscribe, you'll get a notification.
Yes, press the subscribe button.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Blatant plug on my part.
Here we go. So yeah, when you configure a go route, you can use Builder, and this returns a widget, right? This means that your page, your actual route itself, is already configured to match this / or page 2 as your path. If you use in go route, if you use a page builder parameter, what you've done, you've got these two options to build. If you use the page builder, what you've said is, I am going to return back the page itself, the thing that represents it, but you need to link it to the state that it was in. Otherwise, the page doesn't know what sort of URL it was for. So when you create a page, you give it name and you give it a key. This is like the URL, and this is a key so it can be tracked properly by Go Router. And if you look at Go Router state, what you actually get back is match location and page key. These two parameters are the ones that you need to set on your new page object. If you don't do that, then it won't link them and you won't get the back history correctly in your browser. That could be the other problem you're experiencing.
Christian, no specification. Anyway, sorry. It's a response to a comment on YouTube for those of you on other platforms who have no idea what I'm talking about. All right, I have a couple of quick comments on this one before you guys get a hold of it and mangle it. Which state management is best to tell me one that is perfect to use all the time as a mid-level developer? Well, first of all,
not answering that.
Another day, another state management package.
Right.
Okay. And my personal favorite, Yasms. For those of you who used to use SUSE Linux, yet another state management solution. However, there are a couple of approaches that we feel are not good.
We're not going to talk about those.
Right. You basically want to stick to scope model for the simplest provider, Riverpod.
I don't think scope model has been updated in a long time.
You don't think scope? I thought it was, but maybe not. I thought it was taken over by the team.
Also, I would not
suggest implementing new things with provider. Just go straight to Riverpod. Remy says so.
Yeah. It's just, It is, but if you're having trouble wrapping your head around provider, around RiverPod, sometimes provider is a nice stepping
The
stone.
RiverPod docs took a
learn.
really
learn.
uptick about a month ago. So don't
Okay.
be
I'll
sure
have to
before
check
you
'em.
make comments about RiverPod that you have checked the latest docs, because the latest docs are night and day over the previous ones.
Very cool.
Scope model.
Of course,
16
Flutter block.
I'm going to say 16 months ago was the last update to Scope model.
Okay. It's
That's
been a while.
ancient. That's dead, isn't it? Already dead?
Yeah, but it was never. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
no, I think it's probably still, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on.
There were times I thought it was dead 2 or 3 years ago and people were still updating it.
Yeah.
But in any event, yeah, I mean, the big ones that everybody sticks with really are now RiverPod and Block. You will still see you will still see mentions that the Flutter team recommends provider. That's just because they haven't caught up yet. The person who wrote provider also wrote RiverPod, and they say to use RiverPod. So Flutter team says use provider, but the guy who wrote provider says to use RiverPod.
Yep.
So follow the chain.
And some of the latest projects out of the core team have been done with RiverPod, not provider. So therefore, it is also more blessed than you might let on initially.
I do want to mention that yes, there are people who like MobX, if I pronounce that properly.
Just use Flutter. The other one is just use what's built into Flutter.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes set state is all you need. Truly.
Set state and inherited widget, or what is that other one? Find ancestor state of type.
Yeah.
You can build your own. There you go. Do it the hard way.
We've done enough.
Dependent on any packages that could become deprecated.
There's we've done quite a few of these things on the channel. And if you're curious about how, you might want to check out my gists. A lot of the examples that we do go up on my gists, and there's quite a few in there that use various different ways. I can't remember. We did some inherited stuff, and
yeah,
inherited, was that the one? I feel like that was the one.
And I know Signals is getting some new press, but I haven't used it enough to know whether it's all that or not yet. I have to play with it a bit. It's going to be hard to beat RiverPod, though. RiverPod just so mature and comprehensive, and yes, you have to learn a lot to really take advantage of it. But it's out there and it's well tested, and there's a big community, and there's even a Discord for it. So yay!
Yeah, that I'm curious to see how that one.
We said we weren't going to go on about this, but.
Don't mention the unmentionable.
Mentioned it, and I'm like, no,
I know.
No. I think they may have been joking, but
just no.
But no, I mean it's PK is behind Signals, isn't he? If I remember.
Yeah.
I thought either that or he featured it on his channel just a little while ago.
Yeah.
Remy and I occasionally discuss that it's simple to do the simplest parts of state management, and everybody thinks that because that part is simple, just getting it a little bit more than that is also as simple. But you hit an incredible knee in that curve where you have to start thinking about all these corner cases.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what people don't realize when they first start creating their own state management system. And Remy has had to think through that. You can look at his comments and his commits and the tests that he had to write in RiverPod, and you can tell there is somebody who has many battle scars to show for not getting those transitions.
Moving on, no more state management. I declare.
Oh,
go on.
No. Okay, but no, there's hang on. Just
Stop. We're done.
Two things. Remy's facing that's the typical 80-20 rule. Yeah, you get 80% of your results from 20% of your work, and then you spend 80% of your time working on the other 20%. Another thing, Andy, thank you for pointing that out. Signals is Rhodey Davis.
That was it, yeah. But
Rhodey's a good person in the community.
Your atypical curve. This on just development in general. I'm not going to talk about it, but there's a typical curve where you get you'll get a lot of movement for good max time, and then that last little bit you get that steep curve of F that you really need to go through, right? Yeah. Now, when you're developing a package, you have to go through quite a bit of that as well as the major part, because your audience is very broad. If you're doing an application, you're doing your own code, your audience is very finite. Like, you know exactly what you need to achieve. You know what needs to be achieved to do that.
Right.
So, you know, if you've got some fundamental basic understandings, you can do a lot with a little, and you don't need to use some massively overcomplicated libraries to sort of get you there.
Great,
right? That's the other
great
side of it.
example. The same thing as if anybody's been involved in any kind of racing. You know, it's easy to make your machine powerful enough to be in the top 10%, but every percent after that becomes exponentially harder and more expensive. All right.
Right.
We're at the top of the hour again. Let's hurry up and get these done.
Yep, 2 hours. Oh my
Yep.
God, we might get out of here before 3.
Oh, I don't
Is
think
there a
so.
simple way to determine? No, actually, 2
Simon's going to
questions,
be
5 minutes, we have
coding.
no chance.
Simon's coding will take at least an hour.
Is there a simple way to determine when you need to manually dispose of a widget versus when the garbage collection is going to take care of it for
What do
you?
you mean manually
I don't
dispose of it?
understand disposing widget. I followed up and I said,
dispose.
"Do you mean dispose things that the widget created? You know, that you have to call from dispose thing? That's the only thing I can think of. You don't
okay,
dispose
but
widgets. You dispose things
exactly.
that are
That's
temporary.
what I was thinking. Is there might just
Yeah.
be a terminology issue here. They might be talking about disposing of controllers and things like that, and streams.
Well, no, because it's a widget. You put them in. I mean, no, I don't.
But
Maybe you can explain more if you're here.
we
one
sometimes
foot.
do have language issues, and sometimes like the word widget maybe might not be the right word.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, anyway,
There's also too much talk
So-
of everything in Flutter is a widget. No, there are data structures too. There are data structures.
Yeah.
There are those and
And
widgets.
there are things you use that are not widgets, really,
Yeah.
because try to put everything you can think of into a column, children, and see how many of them balk and say that they're not of type widget.
Right.
Um,
Right. Yeah. Move on. This is done.
just to talk about automatic garbage collection here. Everything is so to be clear, the dispose method is called is the disposing of a widget is completely unrelated to garbage collection, right?
Mhm.
So you know, the widget will
They
get,
happen at different levels.
yeah, the state gets disposed of. That's what the dispose method is on. It's not on the widget, first of all, and your state is attached and detached from a widget, which is a configuration for the tree. Like there's a completely different life cycle here, the way that works. It just so happens that when that state object is no longer referenced anymore, it gets garbage collected. You shouldn't need to think about any of this though. Like there's no reason for you to think about manually doing any of it. So yeah, have fun.
One other quick point. I'm not going to turn it into a whole queue, but somebody's asking about getting better at reading documentation. Honestly, control click or command click or mouse wheel click and just keep moving through the code and reading, and realize that the first time you read it, you're only going to understand 20% of it.
I think,
And
yeah,
then in a few days later, you'll get more out of it, and just keep doing it. Unfortunately, there's no shortcut. There's no magic. You just have to you'll figure out a little bit more of, oh, when things are phrased this way, then that's what that means. And, oh, when I'm reading this, that's what they're referring to. And one of the biggest problems with documentation is when people use a term in the system to describe other terms in the system. I was joking around with Brian Egan one time. And I said, Brian, buddy, I love you, but when you put it in your documentation that a reducer is the thing that reduces, that doesn't help. Okay. If I knew what reducing was, I wouldn't be looking at your documentation in the first place. And a perfect example of this in Flutter right now that I'm working on is the documentation for the flex, which is row and column. It is so loaded with terms of other things in the system. And last point real quick. Even the Flutter team has said this was written during alpha. It was written by engineers on the team for other engineers on the team, and nobody has gotten back to make it easier for the public to understand yet.
There's a lot of that has actually, a lot of it has been addressed, but documentation isn't. The first primary point of documentation is telling you what it does, right? Not necessarily how to use it. So the way I mean, so here's the problem. Here's the problem that documentation has to cover a wide area, a very wide area. We're not talking about like what you experience from what you need from documentation, not what someone else needs from documentation, right? But principally, the biggest problem that you have when you're looking at code is, you need to know, what does this code do? So when I call this function, what will it do? So I understand how this is going to affect my application or the behavior of the application in some way. So, but then that function calls another function, that calls another function, and goes down a big chain of, of things to do something. So it needs to be very clear and concise. And this ends up being it's almost a form of legalese in terms of when you read it. It's A calls B, that calls C, that must have, if you supply this parameter, then it will do D. If you supply that other parameter, it will do G, and only G when F is null. And like this just blows up in your head. But the point here is that is on purpose, right? That is spelled out that way because it tells you in sort of, not looking at how the code functions by going through and stepping through the code, you can see this is what it does.
And there's a very standardized phrasing that Simon's talking about. Sorry, I'm just your standardized phrasing thing. But if you're not familiar with it, it can make you crazy.
Yeah. But it's not just about the phrasing. My point here is, I'm just trying to explain the reason why it's done a certain way. So you kind of get this. So yeah, there's a point of understanding documentation in terms of understanding that, like getting experience reading that kind of flow of things in the way that it's expressed. But yeah, there's a lot more help in the documentation about why you must use a widget. There's links to further reading and materials and so on about why you might want to use this widget or why use another widget over another. Referencing other linked resources and other widgets or classes that might be relevant to your questions. Yeah. So there's a lot more to documentation than just XYZ. All right. We've got 3 questions still in the chat here.
Yes.
It's Wednesday, so therefore we have a new release of Flutter just out the gate just now.
Ooh.
Every Wednesday, every time we're on, like 2 hours into the show, boom, there's another release of Flutter. So I think we're making it happen. We're not. Yeah. We have nothing to do with
Oh, that. Yes, it's us. We're magic. I have a video URL and I want to load it like YouTube, but meaning they don't want it to start until the video is fully loaded and want to show it. Now, in video play, isn't there an auto start, true, false?
Yeah, but that just starts immediately, right? First of all, literally, it's just video is not built that way. Video online just doesn't. There's no download on a video. Videos are streamed, and they're streamed in chunks based on the quality of the bandwidth at the time. So that let's say you're watching a video and suddenly the bandwidth degrades, then the video will then choose a lower quality version or a lower, resolution for that small 5-second period. And then if you get bandwidth again, it will go up in resolution again. It will actively change to give you the best possible quality ratio and everything else. There's not normally
an assumption, Simon.
No,
you're making an assumption that someone is using HSL and not MP4.
Nope, I haven't. Load it like MP4? YouTube was the phrase here.
But HSL does that.
It's my
MP4
point.
Tries to download the whole thing.
It doesn't.
I'm sorry, no. What I'm saying is MP4 does not change the.
No, I'm just giving an example of how video on how YouTube works, how video online works, and they said they don't want to be stuck until the video is fully downloaded. They want to show that. That's why I'm explaining.
Oh, they do want it to auto start while it's going down. Yeah, HSL does that all the time. Or is it HLS?
And I'm kind of curious, Rutwig, how you actually, even if it could be that you're these are MP4 files. There's what's called the move header, MOOV, and the move header has to come before the actual data stream in the MP4 file. These are called stream ready MP4s. If you don't have an MP4 file that has the index, that's the move index, MOV, first, then it won't stream it. It will have to download the entire video, and that's the problem you might be receiving, the way that your video files have been encoded. Strictly speaking, you can just start streaming MP4 files. It just won't change the quality. You won't have to wait till the whole video downloads to watch it. But yeah, what you're looking at is encoding. So you want to look at encoding services, or you encode on your local computer, things like that.
Oh my God, we've reached the end.
Have we?
The end is near.
Did you scroll? Are you scroll up to the top of your list? Because there's been 2 questions stuck at the top for the entire time.
What are you talking about? I got a whole lot of nothing.
Oh, well.
I have starred 2. Mine says 2.
Yeah.
And I've got
yeah, mine has 2 as well.
Quick Lab Mist and Madan Kumar.
All right. How to implement alphabetical list view. I have contacts in list view. Instead of a scroll bar, we have alphabetical letters. Okay. Navigate different contact section based on context. Expecting.
Oh, he wants this for your live coding thing.
How to implement alphabetical list view. So you've come across a problem that's a failure in all mobile apps right here.
Yeah.
So these are 2 competing problem sets. The first problem set is you don't want to load everything up front. You don't want to have to know where everything is positioned in your list before the list is loaded. So that you only load on demand. But this also means that now when you want to scroll to, let's say, when the letter G's start, that's really difficult, because now you have to keep scrolling the view until a G happens. Oh, what happens if it is no G's? You need to make that determination. So one way you can fix this is to use a fixed extent. That is, you say that every contact has a fixed height in the list view, and you know all your contact data. You have that in a list widget, in a list data class, and you know with the very first one with it, you can literally loop around until you find the first one with that letter that they tapped on, and go, oh, that's index 80. 80 times the height. Scroll to that position. Now you just scroll to the first contact with that G, or whatever. That is the middle ground. But it does mean that you have to have a fixed height extent. And there's actually a builder, listview.extent, for that very reason, to solve that kind of problem. There's also a prototyping system which allows you to like pre-make widgets with empty content, which also helps speed things up with the extent stuff as well, because they can be laid out without the final content in there. Anyway, there you go. That solves that question.
Cool.
I mean, the way to do it, the only other way to do it, sorry, just to be clear about these points I was just making, the only other way to do it is to you scroll the list, and you say once the list is scrolled maybe half the height of the screen, you recheck to see if the visible indices contain the content that you're looking for, and you keep scrolling and you keep scrolling. Yeah, there's just not a nice way of dealing with this. There's some shortcuts in the way that I've done this before with what I called warping, which works only if you put a negative scroll on your scroll controller. That means you set the minimum to being a negative number. But this means that your zero position can become any position in the list. It's a trick, but basically, let's say you press on G, you say that position 0 on the list, you scroll to position 0 and say position 0 is wherever G starts. And then before G renders upwards, below G renders downwards. And therefore, you don't have to scroll to any particular offset. You have to be
careful. You have to be careful implementing that algorithm, because let's say it has to be time based, because around, say, Christmas time, if you press the letter L, there'll be no L.
Oh, terrible. No, but it is actually it is really difficult to implement, and I wouldn't recommend it. The other side of this is, you do it based on normally on velocity as well. So when you scroll, when you start the initial search, if you don't find it within a period of time or up to a certain velocity, because you increase velocity as you scroll, then you want to warp basically. But yeah, it all seems really complicated when you want to do something quite simple. So just use fixed extent and get to where you need to get to. And then if you want to spend some time doing a really cool implementation of a search-based system, you can do that then. But this is not a Flutter specific problem. This is a problem on all. You can just go look this up on Android, iOS, and the mobile side of things. You'll experience this. And frankly, it's a problem in all. Again, it's the same problem, right? So to be clear on what the actual problem is, that this is why it's an issue, is you don't want to lay out the entirety of your scrolling content. So let's say you have 10,000 contacts, and you need to tell them that you want to scroll them down to like letter Y. We need to know how far down you need to scroll them to get to Y. If you're treating scroll as a linear thing, and that's the chicken or the egg scenario, because you don't want to have to load and lay out 10,000-ish items to get to that position in the list, right? So we just want to say go to Y.
That make any sense?
I've already asked like 5 chip widgets with different sections. Oh, that was code. You mean code requests? Yeah. Well, we didn't end up going back to those because we started doing the game stuff. We could definitely take a look at some of that. Frankly, but I think quite a few people have come here for. Well, they leave to the audience to decide. Do they want to do do they want to continue with some game dev, or do they want to see some just general Flutter code? I don't mind either way.
Okay, and I don't have anything else in the starred queue, so if there's anything else, I can't put it up.
There was one from QuickLab missed, but that was about Flutterflow, and we probably can't answer it.
Yeah.
Flutter code.
This one here. Why Flutterflow doesn't support PDF viewer widget integration with Firebase? Is there any other low-code tool that can be helpful for a project to retrieve?
Learn to code.
So PDF. Try to avoid PDFs. That's what I'd just say for one. It's really complex thing. You can actually view PDFs with there's a trick you can do with iframes and with web views in Flutter to view PDFs, and that is using Google's document viewer, Google Drive document viewer. Hang on, let me see if I can find it. The URL escapes me.
And the sound of much typing was heard.
Yeah, no kidding.
It's going to really bug me that I can't find this now, because I know it's. Yeah. It's like the simplest thing you can do, and
yeah, but it's the simple things that cause the biggest problems.
If you want to just give me a second, I will dig out some of my own code if I can't. Google find this in a few seconds. That's the one. So this is using the Google Docs viewer. So let me see if I can. We need a PDF. We need a small sample PDF. Sample PDF. That's what I want. Apparently, there's African. Right. Let me bring this up on. We'll bring this up on stream and. Bear with. So, let's see if I can bring this up. Share window. Something like this.
Well, I've got an occupational therapist showing up shortly, apparently, according to a message I just got. So I'm going to bow out, and I'll see you guys next week. And see you if you can do those minor streams. I'll be happy if I'm available
Yeah.
to drop in. So,
All right.
well, see you guys.
See ya.
Push
Good
the
luck.
button. Yes.
So here's a sample PDF. So I'm going to take the URL of that. We're going to Euro encode it, and we put it with a prefix for Google Docs. You get a PDF viewer. Look, it's like a nice and simple. And this is a web. This can be put in a web view. This URL, and then you can view this PDF, and you can select, and you can zoom, and you can do all the normal things, and it's all done with the web. So it's nice. I'll put that URL in the chat. So yeah, it's Docs GViewer embedded true. I'm sure there's some docs somewhere that you can find for how to do it, but that solves the issue of there's no reason why in Flutter Flow you can't put a web view in. I think it supports web view. So yeah. All right. So
Sounds good. I wish I could hang out. However, I've got way too much I need to catch up on right now. I was hoping we would have been on code already, but guess not.
well,
I am around though, so feel free to hit me up. Once again, I guess I'm back on Twitter. I refuse to call it X. Anyway, but you guys have fun. Simon, have fun with the coding. And I will yak at you all next time.
see you later. And then there was one. Let's see what we can do. We promised some live coding, so we'll get that on stream. There can be only one. There can be only one. What's that? It's going to bug the hell me up. Highlander. That's the one. That's the one. Right. Yes, some people asked. I mean, let's take a look. Let's see if we can do this. That's better. All right. Well, we got the game. Snow Dash. I mean, I'm looking at the question, some of the previous coding things that people are asking about. You said the 5 chips that represent 5 different section headers, and below that, I have a section body that will change color of the chip based on the current section visible by scrolling. Yeah. I haven't. How to change? Well, you change it based on the scroll view. So we can probably do a quick example of that actually, and then we'll get on with some game coding. I guess no one's said if you wanted game coding or what exactly. So we'll do this a quick example since it was brought up. Chip scroll, and then we'll get back on with the game coding, I guess. And we'll do that for a small period of time, and then I think that'll be it. Because so this was the original question. we're going to actually let's do so we're going to do. We're going to actually. I want to get a drink. Let's continue this in. So we have 5 minutes. It's very brief. 5 minutes. Everyone can refresh, or a couple of minutes at least, and we'll come back in very shortly. I'm going to put I'll put a holding screen up for a minute. Let's see. Yeah, we'll put something up on the screen here. There we go. And I'll put a little bit of music on for a second, and we'll come back in 3 minutes. How's everyone doing? We're still here. I'm still here. Is everyone else still here? And we get rid of that banner. Like that. So, got myself a lovely cup of tea. Did my throat the weather good? Too much talking. Right. I'm going to talk even more. Okay. So this is the code that we actually did last time on the stream. I just thought I'd bring up that one and put it in the right project and make life a lot easier for us. So let's go take that, put that in here. And let's give it a Humpday 10/01/24. Sure, let's do that. All right. Just do this just to make our lives a little bit easier. Yeah, so 5 chip widgets that represent 5 different section headers. Sure. How to change color based on the current section visible. So I think I know what you're trying to get at here. So let's see if we can answer this one. So first of all, let's put a piece of material down. Pardon me. I really do apologize about my coughing, but you're gonna have to part with it. Sorry. Right, so we want a column, cross-axis alignment stretch. This gives us, what we just want here is these to simulate what has already been said here. There's 5 chips or whatever that represent the sections. And he wants those to change based on the current sections being visible. I mean, this isn't, it's just, pretty straightforward behavior. Let's do a wrap instead of a row, maybe be a bit out there. And then we can have a chip or something like that. Is it a different type? Yeah, label section 1. Let's see if that. What's it? Right. So we'll spin up 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm thinking I have a. It could be a list view. It could be. I mean, again, the request was change it based on the scroll. How do you change the color chip based on the current section is visible by scrolling? Yeah, so I mean, yeah. What should I? There is actually some subtlety around this. I will give that. Like it depends on how you're what you're trying to do. So I think, no, you know what? We'll do a list view builder. I mean, it doesn't matter how you build the list. Where's that? I missed the live chat. Sorry. Hello. Welcome back, everyone. Yes, sorry. I was missing the live chat. I'm basically just making sort of some fake content here, just kind of like enough to sort of build up something we can scroll. What else? So I have one of these for each section. So let's just declare what we want here. So we'll just have final sections. Five sections. Sorry, I'm not probably less talkative at the moment because my throat hurts. But feel free to ask questions in the chat if you're curious about something. Right, let's get this working. We'll try and work this on. We could try working on a mobile. Just compiling, I think. Cross our fingers. You can navigate to a particular section of different ways by tapping section indicator, but change the active section indicator to while scrolling to a different section is the problem. Okay. There's actually a package. Let's see if I can find what the reference I'm looking for. There's a pub package that some Google developers made. I'm trying to remember the name of it now. Like widget visibility or something. Visibility detector, that's the one. So if you haven't seen this package, let's get me down there. So. Uh-oh. Wait. Oh. We got there. It changed. Hopefully, I'm still with everyone. Anyway. Give me some feedback, people. Yeah, so this allows you to see if when a widget becomes visible to the user. It's a nice little extension, as it were, on the standard sort of widget behavior. It's not by far sorry. It's not required though to do what you effect you're trying to. Thanks, Steph. It's definitely not a requirement to be able to do what we want to do, but it certainly makes life a lot easier when you can just click on one of these things. Because this actually reports back. Does the I think it does the check. Hang on, let's have a quick look. Yeah, it does the essentially local to global and converts the matrix the view sort of rectangle of a child into global coordinates to see if it's actually on screen or not. And you can do that. I don't think your request really requires it, but we'll show both ways, and then you can try it out yourself. All right, so here is the little mock-up. Let's see. Let's sort this out. Bump that down, and let's give our wrap a couple of runs, a bit of spacing. Main axis. Okay, so I'm just making some. So there's our chips at the top. Here's our scroll for what's underneath. We can scroll multiple sections, and the idea is that depending on what section we're on, we want to highlight a different element at the top of the list. When I tap on these elements, it can scroll us down to those particular sections, right? So it does involve a couple of different things. So one, when we scroll, we need to know which one is currently visible. So it depends on there's a few different ways of doing this, right? So let's first of all have our, the way to really do this is we'll just have something like, I'll show you the proper way of doing this. All right, so we have something like section host. We need something to hold state about which section is the currently active section, what sections there are. I don't want to put that in home. I want home just to show you actually how you would be doing something like this. So in this case, we'll have sections in here in active action. Active equals, I hope the fonts are big enough for everyone. Active 0. And then we want to wrap arbitrary widget. No idea what the child widget is. We don't really care. We just know that we want to wrap it. Okay. So, and then inside our child, we want to pass that on. Widget.child. Okay. So this just acts as a wrapper, and at the moment has these variables in it. It doesn't do much. What we can now do, font is good, cheers. So first of all, we can actually have our wrap here being a chip header or something, section header, or you know, let's say we'll do a status all sections header, right? And we'll put our wrap widget there. So this needs to be able to access those sections. A simple way of doing that: final sections equals context.find ancestor state of type There you go. So that's all sections headed on. Pop that in there. We'll come back down. Obviously, we'll make adjustments as we go, but that'll be what I want in here. We want a section of content. So again, we could do a wrapper widget. We don't know what might be in that content, but we know it's a section, right? So we just have a widget called content section. And we'll use our where's our it was visibility, wasn't it? Yeah. Grab that. Okay, so visibility detector's in. Can't remember what the name of the widget was. I would think it would be called visibility detector, and it is. There we go. So in this case, this is again another wrapper. So we want to pass in a child, and we want to give it a section. In this case, we could have a model object, and we can use a string, something to identify the section in the list, I guess. I mean, yeah. Sorry. All right. Cool. So now we can have our lovely key be section, something that makes it unique. Child, pass that over. And then when the visibility changes, we're getting this visibility info, which provides us a series of parameters. And gives us, where is it, the visible bound size of the widget, visible portion of the widget, visible fraction. Fully visible, 0 not visible. So basic percent if it's not visible or partially visible, right? We don't really care in this case if it's partially visible. So there's going to be a difference here if you got multiple sections on the same screen, because multiple could be visible at the same time, right? So the real question is, well, this is it, right? Like, maybe this is the wrong approach. What was it? The original question? When it's visible. So we could say when it's the section that's at the top. We got an option here, and if Madhan is still here, the question is like, do we want it to change the section when that section comes into view, or when it's the section that's covering the top portion of the scroll view? I think see on section 1 until what point? We don't really care how much the widget is visible. We'll have a fiddle with that one. You may just get rid of that visibility thing in the first place and do it a simpler way. Right. Anyway, we'll come back to that in a second. So, okay, so we need a section host. We haven't put it in there yet. Let's pop that in there. and our sections. So this is like me. Each of the sections is going to have this structure, for want of a better word. Yeah, let's yeah, okay. So ideally what we want to say here is to do report active section the host, right? What we want to do here. There's a couple of different ways of doing this. I think we might actually make this simpler. Anyway, I was also putting this height in there so we had something to go by, but I think that this overcomplicates this a bit. So I think we're going to get rid of that. Let's simply go for a fixed height number. This is nothing to do with scrolling or anything else. It's just something to put in there. All right, and yeah, we need to know how many. Let's just put 5 for a second. Okay, it compiled. There's our various sections. Cool. So yeah, I put the access in there so we can put like text section, whatever it is, so we know what section we're looking at. So we've got a content, where is it? Why not make a content section? Yep. So yeah, we need to again get the sections to display. Let's get that state from our ancestor. Right. We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, so section 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. Cool, and we got our icons up there. What was the thing was like 5 different sections. How to change the color of the chip based on the current selection. Well, first things first. So active, let's make that a final active equals value notifier for integer. Oops. And then down here, we can just have this, have a listenable. Actually, value listenable builder. What we want. Okay, so the idea being here is that when that active changes, we want this, our active tab, our active section to change here. And then based on that, we can change the color, right? So here we can have a, and then do a, is also tappable, aren't they? Tap target size. We can, whatever. You don't have to use the chip widget. Actually, yeah, let's not do that. Let's do a material. Yeah. And I want the base to be if it's so now we want, so I'm I'm storing the index of the active item. We could just also store the current active item and have this be a string, the current one that's visible. I don't think it makes that much difference, to be fair. We can make this a string. And then what we want to ideally do is okay. Yeah, so if section equals active, then colors dot red, blue. Sure. And give it a shape. Right. Yeah. Those are terrible buttons. Right. Okay, that's better. Now let's make them tappable. And because they have a custom, because the material has a custom shape, we want the ripple effect from the inkwell to have the same shape. So we don't need a border, we just need the shape. So we can do a constant stadium border in here. And that will provide the ripple. I'll show you what I'm talking about in a second. In fact, let's just comment that out. So if I tap on one of these now, you see the gray box goes outside the corners of the round black area, the touch target. If we put the custom border back in, hit save, when I tap, it stays within the bounds now because it's drawing, this is the shape it uses to draw the on top of the material, the touch effect. So we can have a touch effect on all of them now. All right. So the way I'd see this would just be like, let's go set state active value to equal, in fact, now maybe I'll say it directly, but state dot go to section. There you go. So in this case, we want to set the active one to equal the new one, and to do scroll to section. I'll come back to that in a second. Okay, that works. Have it changing. Cool. So what was the next thing we want to do? Yeah, so we want to scroll down to the appropriate section when you tap on that header. So again, this is there's problems with both these things, right? We don't want to go searching. We could go searching until, you know, we can do a couple of things, right? Again, how do we want to know, where do we want the okay. First of all, how do we want to register what is the active section? And second, how do we want the user to identify it? So i.e., if I hit section 2, is it enough that section 2 becomes visible at the bottom of the screen here? Or do we want section 2 to appear at the top of the screen? I think this, so that's what I'm going to do and make it do. So there's a couple of different ways we can approach this from we're going to do a simple approach, and if people are interested, we can come back and I can show you how to do an active approach. So yeah, so I'll show you stupid to least stupid. That's maybe the wrong phrasing, but the point here being that right now we're displaying, where's the content? We're using a builder, which means not all the content is visible in the scroll, or sorry, it's been built in the scroll, so we can't scroll to it. So the way that there are ways that you can actually solve this. So when a if I put in here we call it elements. Now let's call it elements, and that is the correct way of doing this would be with elements. I'm just saying I think I did this before. I'm going to see if I can. Multi. Yes. a multi-select. I'll pop this in chat because people might find this interesting. I don't know if the code still compiles. It was like, when was this? 2018 or something? Oh, I did update 6 months ago. I think maybe someone's wanted to fix for it. Anyway, this allows you similar process allows you to do multi-select on widgets in the scroll view, and they stay selected when you scroll in and out of view. But the general premise of this is what's happening down here with this proxy widget, and that is that it reports when the element gets mounted, it reports that element to a parent, and that's what we're going to do here. So each section can report to the parent, and then the parent can then make, you can see here a list of elements. The parent can then make choices based on those elements. Yes, basically. I'm trying to think if there's maybe a nicer way of doing this or not. It's certainly a way. I think we do it simpler. Yeah. Yeah, no, this is definitely the best way. I don't think there's a simpler way of doing it, but we'll adjust our content section to be a proxy widget. I'm definitely taking this a level deeper than we need to go. Hopefully people are finding it interesting. Right. Yeah, I'm probably not going to use the visibility detector, to be honest. I don't think it does exactly what I want it to do. Doesn't do exactly what I want it to do. Yeah. Alrighty then. So the only job of this proxy widget right now, ignoring these methods down here because these aren't going to be used right now. We may come back and use something similar in a minute. And the main point about this is each time a section is added to the UI, it's added into the list inside the ancestor state here inside the section. I'm going to call this section host state, be more specific. But yeah, this can also, instead of us sort of manually doing this, we could also do something where we're saying section host state dot add this. Add section element. There's a reason for this. Hang on, add section element. Wait, what? Oh. Sure. Is anyone finding this interesting? Any questions? Anyone see where I'm going with this? Do you want me to explain where I'm going? Okay, and then this is going to have the widget with the section attached to it. Sure. Since we got rid of the detector, I'll put the section back in like this. As long as they've got the siblings, each of the siblings got their own widget, that's fine. Okay, so it's running. Great. So what we're going to do, I'm going to have it print added, element widget section. Removed element widget section. Oh, we don't call remove, do we? Let's see. Reason for not doing it direct will become apparent in a minute. Okay. So, so as you can see here, it added 1 and 2. 1 is visible, and if I scroll, at some point, the cache in the list view will go, okay, we need another one. And there's 3 gets added. And you see 1 got removed. And that got removed because now it's been recycled. It went off the top of the screen, it got recycled, and it got removed from the widget tree. So now only the ones that are actually active as considered part of the cached area are in the screen. If I scroll back up and down, we'll get the old ones being removed, new ones being added, which is great. You can see how this becomes advantageous to us, right? So now if we say, very particularly with our scrolling content, remember I'm using list view builder here. This is the reason why I'm doing things this way. This is the correct, more complicated way. So if this, I'm imagining that this section content, there's quite a bit to this, is maybe quite long. If this was, or it's quite complex views in there or something else. If it was quite straightforward, then I wouldn't bother with any of this. I would just be using a if it was yes, and if it was smaller, then it would have more on the screen. Yeah. Well, I'll show you that in a second here. So if I go, well, I'll just do it right now. If I make that 200, restart. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, there's 3, and then there's 1 off the screen. If I scroll, 5, remove 1. So right, so it's back to 700, and then right, we were, what was I doing? I was explaining something, but I can't remember what I was explaining now, so we'll just move on. Yeah, oh, that was it. Yeah, if it was a lot of content, if it was simple content, as I said, I just use list view dot extent. Is it builder with an extent? Item extent, I think, if I remember rightly. Item extent, there you go. And that's the saying, like me, that could mean me doing 700, right? I could get rid of this 700 on the inside because it's going to fall. It's going to make me a liar, obviously. Oh, no, it has, but that's my fault. This size wrap with expanded. There we go. Anyway, so every item in the list view now is forced to be 700. So if you wanted to scroll to, say, section 4, and you know it's always going to be the 4th item, then you could just do 4 times 700, right? In fact, I'll show you that right now. That's the simple approach, right? So, but again, you're fixing the height. There's other limitations behind that. Maybe you wanted to change the height based on content. Then it becomes more complicated to do the scrolling effect. But let me just show you this. Go to section. So in here we'll have our scroll controller. And since we own that scroll controller, we should dispose of that scroll controller. I say we own it because we're the one that constructed it. And then the list view, we want to make sure it uses that scroll controller. Get there. Right, so if we want to scroll now, because since it's 700 height and we want to scroll to that, this is the not so great way, but if you've got simple content, this is easy enough. You know, all this proxy, you don't have to do any of this proxy stuff. You literally just set your extent, give a scroll view, and then you do this, and you're done. Okay, and that is, you just say, you know, scroll. Say, was it animate 2? And then our offset is going to be 700 times whatever our index is. So we can get our index. Would be our sections, index of sections. What do I call it? Yeah. Oh, it's public. No. Right. In fact, we can call this offset. Okay. So there's our offset that we want to go to, and then the duration. So this, I'll show you different. Well, I'm just gonna do this. This is your kind of, I don't know, simple. Simple way that you might want to do one of these scrolls. I know. So, see, you start. Okay, section 3. There you go. On section 3, 5, 1, 2. Yeah, nice and simple, right? The problem here is what happens when you don't have that fixed height. How do you get to that offset? And that's half the problem, right? So what we can do is we scroll. I won't go into that. Right. Look, anyway, that's one thing. I don't want to go into that just yet because I want to solve the other one, which is having the buttons change, which is the main reason why he came here. We just have the buttons change based on what's visible in the scroll. So yeah, so the trick here is that we're using this proxy widget to capture the element. So that's the glue logic between the widget and the render tree. And this is just enough so that we can access the size and shapes of the widgets alongside where they are in the tree. Have they been mounted yet? Are they active widgets? So we know that elements is only going to contain, say, active section elements. Let's got that. And as we said, we got the added and remove coming in here. Now what we can do, we're going to get rid of that 700 because I want these to actually have varying heights in a minute, just so we can change that. And then our cache extent, let's do that 0. So what we're going to see now, hopefully, of course it is. 0 is not a valid number because it's not cache extent, it's the other one. Sorry, hang on. I don't think the new cache value is exposed in this builder. What a pain. Why are you so painful? Wait, what? Oh, they're not. Wait. Am I thinking about something else? Maybe. Or maybe I was added to the page view stuff. Sorry. No, cache extent style. It is here. Okay. Yeah. So at the moment it's based on dips, right? Instead of viewport. So 1.0 could be viewport. If you want to take this a step further, that can help. But you know what? Right now, we're gonna just do this a hard way. Well, not a hard way, but so just trying to show you a couple of different techniques. So what I'm saying here, by putting the max height in the cache extent, I'm saying I only want you to cache what's visible on the screen, nothing that's not on the screen. Hopefully. If this wants to behave. All right, something went wrong. We have bugs. Size. Is this the expanded now? Is this what I've done with the expand? Probably. Yeah. Interesting. So 2 has made its way on the screen, which I didn't want. So what have I done? Well, that should be happening. Let me do 0 again. Okay, it was 0, and what I thought was causing an issue wasn't this. It was the Other one. All right. Well, yeah. Make our lives easier. Right. So anyway, setting the cache extent to 0. Now it has section 1. And once section 2 comes in, 2 gets added. And as soon as section 1 goes out the screen, it gets removed. Comes in, gets removed. Do you see the trick now that what we can do by doing this? Because we can now say which one is currently visible on the screen, right? Whichever one was like the latest one that was added is the one that's now visible on the screen. That's at least a little basic way of doing it, right? So let's yeah, let's do that for now. So when a section is added, we can look at that section, say active.value. So what do you think is going to happen now if I scroll? It crashes apparently. I'm just going to assume that that's going to be it. It's probably because we're trying to do a set state. Yeah, during an actual build, which is what's happening with these elements again. Anyway, right. Try again. There you go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2. There you go. So now I'm going to scroll up and down. Go to 1, 5. Doesn't scroll to them there. That's the next thing. How's everyone doing? We good? Everyone interested? No one's fallen asleep yet. We get some hand waving. So yeah, I think that, as I said, what really at the moment, this does actually have an issue. As you can see just what happened there. So we're on, let's restart, we're on section 1, and you scroll. As soon as 2 becomes visible, which is only by like a pixel at the very bottom of the screen here behind my head, and it says 2 is the active one, when really 1 is really still the active one until 2 becomes this position here, right? So that kind of comes into when we scroll, we want to see what is the element that's underneath the top of the scroll view. And that's the next sort of step. So it also means we get our cache behavior back. So let's do that in here. So now we're going to get called. We're going to get this function get called when scroll gets changed, when it gets scrolled up and down. So then we want to say, okay, well, what is at the starting position of our scroll view? So the scroll controller does have a position attached to it, which should have a context and the current activity. So the context here is the context of the scroll view itself. That'd be the list view for example. And then we want to go through each of the elements and go, does your 0, offset, I guess we want to say, does the element I tell you what, we want to say which sorry, just thinking about this. I mean, what range is the other thing, right? See, we could do this with the visibility, right? You could put the visibility on the text section header, and that becomes visible. See, still not the same thing. All right. Anyway, can't remember what I was doing. So we've got our scroll context. And then what we want to do is go around each of the section elements. Yes, we have a scroll direction. Yes, you're right. I mean, we could do like, are you scrolling up? Then it has to. We're looking at a certain one condition, and when you're scrolling down, with such a different condition. Yes, we can. Yeah, reverse, forwards. Reverse. There's your up and down. What I want to know is render object. So I'm just going to say offset 0 for the minute. This is offset 0 of the section. And the ancestor we want to stop at is the scroll context. There's scroll box. Let's call it scroll box. And then this is going to be coordinate pos. Okay, it's called pos. And then we'll get the scroll box from this. All right, fine. Yeah, so I solved this a different way by treating the scroll from within itself. Let's bring this back in. Make my life easier. Right, what was I doing? Yeah. So we can actually ask them what they are parented to their parent scrollable. So I actually did it from here and say scrollable of this. Yeah, so what's that? Oh, I did it. All right. So we're just going to adjust that slightly. So where was it? Up here. So when you scroll, we want to know now I've lost what my train of thought about how I was going to approach this was. Yeah, because I want a global. Okay, yeah. Local to global. in that final global rect if it contains this offset. Yeah, okay. So that'd be offset 0. So what we're essentially, well, global reference to the ancestor. Yeah. Coming back to this, instead of me doing it here now, what I can do is say element.contains offset, and what we need to do is change this to being our particular, this was a section element, I can't remember what I called it now, content section element, there you go. Okay. Offset 0 for now. If it does, then that is the active section. We want to break our loop and then set active to equal element widget section. And then we're going to get rid of that schedule microtask, and then we should be able to get our cache back in there working. Let's see what happens. Okay, so we have 2 items, 2 sections added. I scroll up, section 3 is added, and it's not until section 2 becomes the topmost area that section 2 is the one that's active. 3, back to 2, 3, 2. So what we're doing here is we're saying which widget covers the 0, 0 point of our scroll view. So that would actually be a better way of achieving what we were doing before, and you still get your cache of, however many widgets, content that you need. I think there's the other side of this is to scroll, right? So when you tap on a section, instead of making that one the active one, once you tap on it, we can have it only reports the active one. It'd be slightly better as well. So how do we achieve that? Because again, we don't know which ones are going to be active and which ones are not. There's a couple of different ways. So first of all, to be honest, we'll probably put them in both. Scroll control, we need to actually have our scroll control attached to a widget. Do this with the controller. So the position. I forget. So there's a couple of different ways we can achieve this. We can use our own simulated simulation, scroll simulation. And we'll even get away just using the scroll activities though. I'm trying to remember even how we start one. Element 2. Jump to, neither of which the ones I'm looking for. Is it position? And it has that. Begin activity. There we go. I want to do this. I guess we can do this. Why not? Let's give it a go. People still interested in this? Didn't really get to any game stuff. I think we'll be wrapped up after this. Okay, so we want to, I guess, we want a direction. We're going in a. Doesn't matter what direction the user was going in, but where we're right now and what we're looking for. So if we're saying go to section 1 and we're on section 5, we want to go up. And if we're on section 2 and say go to section 5, then we want to go down. And that can then I don't remember if this samples the velocity all the time or if it waits for us to call the delegates set velocity function, which I think might be the go ballistic one. Terminate the current activity and start ballistic now. So I think we'll put a scroll on there and see what happens. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah. All right. So let's say give it a scroll direction. It's a user scroll direction, isn't it? I think that's pardon me. go for a really slow 50. Let's see how that feels. Assuming it's going to obey our activity. What's that for? Delegate. Okay. What are you doing? Should I make them named? Sure. Man, you decided to do that. Thummy is not liking me. There we go. Right, what's going on? Because it's not a named parameter, so that's why. Okay, we have our activity. So when we go to a section, we want to begin the activity, and our delegate should be the position, I believe. Maybe one time it's not, and it's all going to go wrong. What's the context? I forget. All right, so section we want to go to, directionally based on what is the currently active one, and how does that differ from the one that we're trying to get to. So we want to say source is sections.index of active value, destination is index of where we're trying to get to, and where we're coming from and where we're going. If we're coming from to it, then we're going forwards. Otherwise, we're going backwards. Well, it's the same. If they're the same, we'll probably say we don't want to go to that. Yeah, so let's do a little out at the beginning to say if active section value is equal to section, then maybe we want to return to the top of that section. Let's worry about it for a minute. Right, what was it? I'm in the wrong spot. fine now. What was saying? Scroll direction, was it? Pardon me, sorry. Forward. All right. Does this set the delegate? I think it would. I'm very confused. Scroll activity delegate. Set pixels. Oh wait, is that on the scroll controller itself? Maybe. Where am I? Oh, I've closed it. I didn't think so. Viewport. I'm pretty sure it's this. It's two different interfaces. This feels stupid. Let's go look for implementers of the activity. Scroll position we're seeing is the main implementer of this interface. It is the position. It's because you may not be a single position. Okay. That's annoying. Well, it's fine. It just means we have to do a forceful override. So what this is returning is one of these, which makes this implement that interface. That's why I thought it was a bit weird that, yeah, we need to begin activity. I thought it did set delegate, update delegate or something like that. Update. Absorb. All right, well, all right, so that's going to start an activity. And then when we get our updates on scroll, we're going to look and see what is the current activity. And is it a section find activity? Why only visible for testing? Let me know what the current activity is. See, that's painful. I mean, I can register we could definitely do something more like we create an activity and then we only want to have one active activity at a time. All right. This is going on longer than I thought. Hey David, welcome. We're bit like a dynamic scrolling thing where you can tap an icon and it scrolls to wherever it needs to be in the list, and it also reports the scroll. So you can see here as I scroll, it highlights the right section. And this isn't based off any fixed offset number or anything else. It's based on what actual widget is visible. So that's cool. All right, so find activity. And what I'm trying to think about here is if once we've updated the active section, we want to give the find activity a chance to say is section found, or track section change. I don't know. Whatever you don't call it. No. It doesn't do what you want. So the ensure visible only works if you know A, you know the context of what it is, and B, is it on screen at the time? Is the context attached? So again, it's that same problem. We would have to I mean, you can do that, don't get me wrong, but then you would have to build every widget. The whole point of what we're doing here is it scrolls, and then when they become visible widgets, that's when it then says, oh, is this the one I'm looking for? So yeah, where was I? I've lost my position. Where we are? Maybe a track change. So I want to put the active, pass over the active one, and say string section, active section. If active section equals section, then we found it. So then we want to go to our delegate and go idle. We could do something else where we're like increasing our velocity. I'm not sure if this is actually going to scroll automatically, but we'll find out. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that didn't work, did it? This is reporting its velocity, but it doesn't actually change the velocity. So let's have a quick look. See, go ballistic requires it builds it builds a simulation. Yeah, okay. We could extend ballistic, saving us the hassle. Maybe. Yeah, I think we'll just we could do get pixels. Okay, let's have a quick look. I think there's a slight tweak we can make. Don't really want to do the whole simulation approach, but we can definitely maybe just use an animation controller. This does need tidying up. This is not final, but the concept should be here. Now it's just trying to piss me off. Right, where is it? Not going to do what I want either, is it? I'm trying to simplify this. I'm really thinking. Damn it. At some point, I'm like, well, could we all just try and we're trying to do a ballistic scroll. Or maybe just sit off on a ballistic scroll. Flag it. And then based on the flag, we can detect if we want to go idle. That could work. Get rid of the custom find activity for now. Yeah, okay. So I'm just talking away for myself for this. So go ballistic. Okay, so that means we found a section that we want to take our scroll to idle. Okay. Okay, given that, let's get rid of our magical enhanced thing for now. I've run out of all patience with this right now. it's got too late. Yeah. A. No, it's the base implementation. Your game. What is wrong? That would suggest that create ballistic simulation is returning back. But physics shouldn't be returning that back. The underlying basic physics would, but our scroll physics are not. We're going to have what implement? Let's set our. Where's our scroll here? Do you know what? I'm just going to chuck that. I really don't care. I want to just see if this does what I want it to do right now. Okay, now I'm very confused. What's the null check? You didn't. mean, we'll step into it in a second. Just what the hell is going on? All right. Let's make sure it's breaking in the same place. Yeah. All right. Breakpoint. Wait. Was it not attached? Am I? Oh. Where's all this picture now? Click. Okay. Breakpoint. I'm not really in debug. I am. Okay. Let's try again. How's everyone doing? I think wrap up in a second. If this works or not, we'll continue another time. It's kind of annoying me now. I'll post the code up on as a jest either way. Right. Good. At least we hit a breakpoint. Right. I got my scroll backwards. No, that'll do it. That'll do it. Okay, so I see what's going on here. Basically, it's saying that to the movement that we're expecting. Yeah. All right, I'll give him that one. All right, so this was backwards. It goes an infinitesimal amount and then stops. That's fine. Let's up it. See, this has a dampening effect, which is what I want. I want a sliding scroll. Here we have a default tolerance. Again, we're pretty much okay. Where's it gone? It's coming. I think it's a constant one. I'm going. And look at that, was a nicer, simpler one. We want acceleration. Yeah, 100. That should be it. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Section 5. Oh, it worked. Bit slow, but it worked. So the question is how much do we want to have it increment? Okay. 1. Well, that didn't work. Okay. Explodes. It also explodes. Right. Think the problem might be that acceleration would need to change based on if you're going positive or negative. Distance. Right. Yeah. It definitely didn't work. Interesting. Because looking for is not cancelled after it's found. That's why. I'm trying to work out why I could. And that would yeah, okay. Right, well, it needs a little bit more work, but you know what? I'm going to park it there. Hopefully you all found that kind of interesting, somewhat interesting. I'm going to ping it up on the gist right now. Section scrolling. Chip scroll. I don't think chip scroll is appropriate. We'll call it section scrolling. I think we could fiddle around that a bit more. What's today's date? Today's date is 10th Jan 2024. Wow, time flies. And that, and it's a YouTube link. Let's go to the YouTube link. There we go. Right. There we go. That is in the chat for everyone. Feel free to check it out, play around with ideas, and we'll discuss more next time. But that's it for me. Have a good one, and I'll see you next week. Bye for now.